Allez, bonjour. Alors, aujourd'hui dans Vampyr, va falloir qu'on aille chez Monsieur Dawson. Parce qu'il faut convertir Monsieur Dawson. Alors, on n'est pas au même endroit parce que j'ai fait un petit peu de quête secondaire entre temps. Donc en gros, là j'ai tout fait. Il me reste ça, j'ai trouvé... Ah bah non, ça je l'avais fait en stream hier. Il me reste juste qu'une note de braille à trouver, je pourrais les rapporter à lui. Là... Alors j'ai trouvé la deuxième partie, mais la troisième partie se trouve dans l'hôpital. Je sais exactement où elle est, mais bizarrement elle n'apparaît pas. Ça j'ai pas trouvé. Et sinon j'ai découvert ces deux personnes. Elles ont une petite histoire, mais c'était pas non plus ouf. Et j'ai gardé ces deux quêtes-là parce qu'elles se déroulent à Southwark, et vu qu'on n'y est pas du tout allé, si jamais l'histoire nous y emmène, bah on fera un détour pour faire ces deux missions-là. Voilà. Et j'ai juste amélioré, je crois, ma jauge d'endurance. Voilà. J'ai pas fait grand chose et ça m'a pris pas trop mal de temps. Donc je suis bien content de pas l'avoir fait en stream. Oula. D'accord. Bonjour. Forcément. Non, pourquoi tu les as attirés? Ah mais merde. Ça commence pas bien du tout. Voilà, on se calme. Alors... Ça ne la marque pas... Bon, c'est pas grave. Donc je suis là, je dois aller là-bas. Trouver un... Ah oui. Alors en fait, il faut que je trouve un passage. Ok, bah on va aller par là. Pour contourner les palissades de la zone de quarantaine. Et si je me souviens bien, là-bas, c'est là où il y avait le gros boss. Celui qui était niveau 32. Et ça, c'est génial. Non, attends. Enfin, là, je suis plus puissant. Ça devrait passer. J'ai un peu plus de sérum. J'y crois. Ouais, c'est bien pas. Une minimap, ça aurait pas été de refus. Parce qu'après, c'est pas hyper grand, mais moi qui ai aucun sens de l'orientation. Ensuite, par là-bas. Oui. Ouais, non, là c'est droit devant. Alors par contre, je me souviens plus de l'entrée pour aller dans l'égout. Enfin, dans les égouts. Ah, j'avais oublié qu'elle explosait. Alors, trouver l'entrée secrète du quartier. Ok, donc ça doit être par là. Bah ça suffit. Elle est où cette entrée secrète? Ah oui, alors la deuxième partie du testament, elle était là. J'ai dû regarder sur internet parce que jamais j'aurais trouvé par moi-même.
I think this passage could lead me close to Aloysius Dawson's mansion.
Ah. Ok. Ah là. Ah, forcément. Je suis quand même beaucoup plus puissant. Hein. Bon allez, là j'y crois, on peut le défoncer. Je sais plus comment il s'appelle le gars. On rappelle juste qu'il est niveau 32. Et je pouvais le défoncer à un moment. C'est juste que mec il te met 3 patates, c'est mort. Et j'étais pas non plus hyper puissant. Léon, ah oui voilà ça. Pas vraiment ça que je voulais utiliser, mais c'est pas grave. Aïe. Je sais pas si je l'ai touché là. Ouh là là. Oula, oula là là là.
You shall learn to respect the law. No one can.
Il y a encore une attaque. First try. Ils sont parmi nous. Mise à jour, c'est quoi ça? Ah oui, bah oui, ah oui. J'ai une quête. C'est pour qui? C'est pas lui, c'est. Ah, je sais plus, il y en a un, oui, il me demande. Ah oui, voilà. Lui. Il me demandait 6 articles. Et ben voilà, first try. Donc il était largement faisable, j'étais juste pas assez puissant. Par là. Ici, il n'y a rien. Je m'appelle Robert Tisdale. À quiconque trouve ce message, s'il vous plaît, j'ai besoin de votre aide. Ma fille Louise a disparu il y a quelques semaines de cela. Elle a été aperçue pour la dernière fois dans un bar du quartier, pas celui pour lequel elle travaille comme serveuse, mais un autre. Dancing Trout. Trout. Je crois que ça veut pas dire morue ou un truc genre. Je crois que c'est un poisson, je suis pas sûr. 2 témoins affirment l'avoir vu partir en compagnie d'un homme élégant et inconnu, peut-être un étranger. Il y a beaucoup de rumeurs qui circulent sur la disparition d'hommes et de femmes dans les environs. Je suis persuadé que ma Louise a été enlevée et qu'elle est retenue prisonnière quelque part près d'ici. Je sais que la police ne viendra pas en aide, car elle a des affaires plus importantes à régler. J'ai donc décidé de partir à la recherche de ma Louise tout seul. Si vous trouvez cette lettre, cela veut dire que je n'ai pas réussi à la sauver. Ma Louise est une gentille fille qui ne mérite pas de mourir dans ces conditions. De taille moyenne, les cheveux bruns possèdent une cicatrice sur la joue droite. Je vous en prie, partez à sa recherche et finissez mon travail.
Louise's
Que
father
Dieu me
was
bénisse.
determined to find and save her.
Ok. Je tourne en rond là. Ce truc là c'était ouf. Parce que si c'est dans le coin... Ah c'est peut-être par là. Bon écoute, je vais activer la quête au cas où. Du coup...
I cannot enter.
Ah. Oh la petite embuscade là. Hop, comme ça la porte est déverrouillée si jamais. Porte déverrouillée, ouais c'est cool. Ah, mais il y a un escalier là, je vais mettre.
I have this thirst for blood.
Disgusting asshole! How dare you interfere with my hunt?
Vampire or not, I'll never be alright! How long are you gonna keep me locked in here? Disgusting asshole! Vampire or not, I'll never be your wife! Let me go, you bastard! How long are you gonna keep me locked in here? Disgusting asshole!
Tac 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 tac. Voilà.
Vampire or not, I'll never be your wife!
Oula, ah, c'est toujours. Ah, je trouvais. Ah. J'ai toujours trouvé ça dégueulasse. Même dans Witcher 3.
Miss Teasdale, are you all right?
How do you know my name? Who are you?
My name is Dr. Reed. I managed to track you down thanks to your father.
So my father really was looking after me. This man, this vampire told me my father was dead. Is it true?
I'm afraid so, miss. I'm so sorry for your loss. But you are free to go, as your abductor is no more.
I suppose my jailer also killed my father, didn't he?
Thankfully, he did not search your father's corpse, where I found his notes describing where he might find you. You should read them.
I must find my father's body. He deserves a proper burial.
Ah, je peux pas faire. Ok.
Goodbye, Miss Teasdale, and be careful. Until we meet again.
Bah du coup c'est le GG, j'ai pas grand intérêt à la revoir. Non, eh bah c'est très bien. Bon courage, des bisous, tout ça. Moi j'ai autre chose à faire. Temple Church. Ah, il y a des gens là. Et donc là je suis... Ah d'accord, je suis vraiment dans... ok. Magasin des Price.
Good evening, Miss Price. How are you tonight?
Dr. Reed, I didn't know you had returned from the war. I had a new doctor when you left, but he's not as kind as you.
Always glad to see a former patient in good condition. It's been a long time.
Too long indeed. And as a token of my appreciation, I'll grant you the best price if you fancy buying anything from my humble shop.
Oh, c'est gentil. Bah tiens, que
May
suivant.
I look at...
It's always a pleasure.
T'as un fruit. Ça, j'en ai besoin. Je peux lui vendre... je peux lui vendre mes merdes. Oh, mais j'ai 522, ouais.
Dr. Reed, I am glad to see you again.
Good evening.
You know...
Do you know...
Everybody knows him. He's only been to my shop once, though, looking for rare books and other intriguing antiques.
Did he buy something from you?
No, he left quickly. He almost laughed at my goods. Mr. Dawson may be a rich man, but you can't buy good manners.
But isn't Aloysius Dawson known for his philanthropy?
That was before his brother Robert died in an aeroplane crash. Since then, the remaining twin has turned into a heartless tycoon.
What can you tell me about yourself, Miss Price?
I'm still managing my shop. The only difference is, since the quarantine, we're open at night. You, on the contrary, seem to have changed a lot.
Really? Have I changed that much? It must have been the war and the night shifts since my return.
Don't get me wrong, Dr. Reed, you're still handsome. Just maybe a little bit wiser, more serious. It suits you well.
Tell me more about yourself. No new fiancé? I remember you were hoping to get remarried. I'm sure you must have a few suitors.
Who would marry an old bat like myself with a grown daughter and a little business? As you know, I only fancy handsome men like yourself.
Oh là, mais Madame Price, enfin.
Have you noticed anything in particular in this part of town recently?
Other than you coming back to cheer me up? Nothing at all, Dr. Reed.
Does your daughter still worry you, Miss Price? I remember you were often concerned about her health when she was younger.
Have you not seen Carol since you returned? She's almost a young woman now. But she'll always remain my sweet little baby.
So you're less afraid?
Some things never change. Carol is still too clumsy for her own good. Sometimes her innocence puts her in real danger.
Why would her innocence put her in danger?
She does not realize how cruel life can be. Maybe I was a bad mother to protect her too much. My poor dear Carol.
You have every reason to be cautious, Miss Price. Especially in these difficult times.
Maybe you could talk with her, Dr. Reed. It would be nice to have a man here more often. We would both feel safer.
Goodbye.
I hope you can stay a little longer this time.
Ouais, moi je vais bien lui parler à la gamine, mais...
It's locked, all right.
Apparemment elle est... Ah, elle est en bas. Attends, moi je veux bien lui parler. Est-ce qu'elle fait partie de quel quartier? Ah là. Donc, West End. Oh putain, il me reste encore... Ok, on va pas aller par là. Ah. Monsieur.
Good evening, sir. May I ask you what you're doing here at this late hour?
I'm conducting an investigation about the epidemic in this part of town.
And who are you, sir?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. May I ask who you are? And why all the questions?
I'm Detective Inspector Charles Albright from Scotland Yard. And I don't find your answers convincing. What is a Pembroke doctor doing in the West End at this time of night?
I work for the Ascalon Club. Here is my permit to go freely about the city.
The Ascalon Club? You should have said so, sir. I must warn you, these streets are dangerous, and you'd better be careful.
Oh, le passe-droit!
What are you investigating, exactly?
I have a missing woman, possibly abducted a few nights ago. Louise Teasdale. It seems you already found my other missing person, Mr. Tadao Kimura.
Tell me about Louise Teasdale.
She's a waitress. Her father reported her missing. We don't have enough men to search for her, sadly.
Do you have any idea where she could be?
No. But I feel she's been abducted. She went to a pub a few nights ago and vanished. I thought about the sewers, but I'm not equipped for such an investigation.
What are you...
I have a missing woman.
Tell me,
She's a...
do you have a...
No.
Ah, je peux pas lui dire que je l'ai déjà trouvé.
Why are you investigating at night?
Criminals rarely act in daylight, you know. But since you are also a night worker, have you noticed anything strange which requires police attention?
I'd like to report a name, Inspector. Jeffrey McCullum. I'm afraid he's some sort of vigilante, trying to recruit an army of angry citizens.
Then I'll write the name down and transmit this intelligence to the appropriate office. Thank you, sir.
What can you tell me about this district?
I'm the one asking questions, especially when there's a killer on the loose.
And what about the epidemic?
We both know the situation is critical, don't we, Doctor? Colleagues of mine die almost every day.
What killer?
I'm not going to discuss that with the civilians, sir.
Haven't I told you about the investigation I'm conducting? Perhaps I could help you.
All right, without giving you too much information, I'll tell you this. I'm convinced there is a homicidal maniac on the loose, using the epidemic to disguise his kills.
What are you really doing here?
I told you. I'm a detective inspector from Scotland Yard, investigating suspicious cases in the area.
Do you work alone?
Yes, the situation is difficult for the police. Many of us are sick, and since the summer strike, most men apply a work to rule on their patrols.
What about the situation in the East End? Why are there no police there to protect the civilians?
I know, it's a shame, but we just don't have enough men to cover the entire city.
Do you know?
Who doesn't know the man? I think he intervened personally to put an end to the police strike of last August.
What else can you tell me about him?
Aloysius Dawson's exactly the kind of powerful and influential man who could commit murder and get away with it. With just one phone call.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Ok. En bas, il y a quelqu'un. Le reste des personnes, en fait, se trouvaient ici. Et là, on a un refuge. Bah, remarque, c'est peut-être pas plus mal, parce que j'ai 2800 points. Alors, endurance puissant, ok. Bon, je peux toujours pas faire de nouvelles. De nouveaux sérums. Bon, j'en ai 2 et 1, mais ils sont très très puissants. Euh, 2800 capacité sanguine. Je crois que j'avais un truc à augmenter, c'était à 2007. C'est pas ça. Autophagie, ouais, c'était ça. Utiliser encore plus de sang. prochain c'est 3004. Non, 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 foutez-moi la paix. Voilà.
I cannot enter.
Dr. Reed, I am
Y a pas de... Non. Bon bah sa gamine, je pourrais pas lui parler. À gauche. Apparemment, je peux les observer.
We should be far from town already. All right. But where would we go? Anywhere. Anywhere that isn't here. And what is that, by the way? A safer place? A less strange place? And where would that be? Life is strange. We are alive. For now, yes. But for how long? If we decided to flee, we should be far from town already. All right. But where would we go?
Agamemnon. Oh, putain. Ok, les frères Baker. Hein, parce que...
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I be of assistance?
Dr. Reed? Dr. Reed?
Is there anything wrong?
No, it's just... Your name sounds familiar. And your face. Have we met before?
I think I would remember. So I suppose the answer is no.
That's odd. I'm certain I've already heard of you. My name is Pericles Baker. Does that mean anything to you?
I'm afraid not, sir. But it's a pleasure to meet you anyway.
The pleasure is mine, I guess. I only wish I could remember when it was that we met.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Baker. What are you doing out here in the middle of the night?
We are waiting. Waiting for someone.
And why are you waiting for this person?
Because we need to leave this city. As soon as possible.
Why do you want to leave the city?
I'm not really sure.
Can you tell me anything about this district?
As you like asking questions so much, would you allow me to ask you one first?
Please, be my guest.
Do you like this city?
I don't know. I was born and raised in London. But I feel like a stranger here recently.
You didn't answer my question, sir. But I don't blame you. Perhaps it's better that way.
And what do you do, sir? For a living, that is.
I stopped working when I decided to leave. When I realized what I wanted. Wanted something this city can't provide.
But what were you doing before you took this decision?
Does it really matter anymore? Considering the past seems so pointless to me. I have lived in this city all my life. And now I think it's over.
Tell me more about why you want to leave London, then.
I just don't belong here anymore. I had to convince my brother to leave London because I know we need to find another life out of the city.
Tell me more about your strange feelings towards the city.
I would be happy to describe them, but it's too hard to explain with mere words what I'm feeling. It's unclear, too confused.
Go on, please.
Where should I start? The world is chaos. Men go mad, and nature itself runs roughshod over us all.
This is not the first time mankind has faced a deadly epidemic, or a war.
Men kill each other, while nature decides to kill them all. I don't know what scares me the most. Do you?
Both can be disastrous, and a combination of the two merely increases their potency.
And what if they were just a sign of worse disasters to come? Something of biblical proportions, I wonder.
Who are you waiting for? I'm sure he has a name.
I really can't answer that question, since I don't know that person.
And why is that?
This person is mostly my brother's acquaintance. I don't even know his real name. Only that this man could help us leave this city once and for all.
But why would you need this person's help to leave London anyway?
Well, I thought we should have left this cursed place already, but my brother convinced me to stay a while longer, and here we are.
Goodbye.
Ok. Il est où le deuxième?
Good evening, sir. I am Dr. Jonathan Reed. Do you need my help?
Yes, please. Would you be kind enough to tell me what the time is?
That's all you need to know.
Well, is it not important to know? As important as where you are? Or who you are?
I suppose you're right. And who are you then, sir?
I am Agamemnon Baker. Like my brother, I think we need to leave this city immediately. And my brother and I rarely agree on anything.
Who are you waiting for exactly?
The more I think about it, the more I believe it's not exactly a person we are waiting for.
But what else could it be then?
I don't know. A feeling? An event? An impulse? How can I tell? Something that would allow us to leave this trap.
I'm afraid I'm not following you. What kind of trap are you talking about?
Have you ever felt like life trapped you in a role that does not fit you? That you are not in your place? That sort of trap.
Trap? And you think leaving London will free you?
At least it will give us the chance to be free. That's more than our present situation. Hope, Doctor. Hope is what truly drives mankind.
What are you really afraid of, Agamemnon?
The problem is, it's precisely what I don't know that frightens me. So I suppose I can't really answer your question.
May I ask what you're doing outside at this hour of night?
I don't know. You should ask my brother instead. It was his idea in the first place.
You must have your own ideas.
From what I have managed to understand, I guess we're supposed to wait here. Waiting for someone to come.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
It's the only place I've considered myself happy. Or at least that's what I believe. Unfortunately, it's time to leave.
Why is that?
Because I'm not feeling happy here anymore. Are you?
No, I'm not.
Good for you. It's a good thing to have a clear idea of where you stand concerning crucial questions. Don't you think?
May I ask why you've not gone already, if you're so exasperated by this long wait?
I believe fear is holding us back. My brother would have said it's laziness, but it's just because he's prouder than I am.
What can you tell me about your brother?
He's older than me, I think. But the important thing is that I really hope I'll die before him. Grief would just kill me, you know?
Is that all?
Pericles is very attached to this city, and without my insistence, he would never leave this place. We don't often agree on anything, you see.
Tell me, how long have you been waiting here?
I can't say for sure, since I have no watch. But the night is still young, and I am not tired.
Is that the most honest answer you can give me?
Yes, I think so. Why does it irritate you, sir? Is comprehension really that important to you?
I'm a scientist. I try my best to understand things. I know the world has to obey unbreakable rules.
You know, or you want the world to obey such rules?
I know one thing. I do not understand who you are.
And it's better that way. What kind of life would we live if we could summarize a person in a few words or a few lines?
J'avoue, ils sont chelous. Hein.
If you finally manage to leave London, where do you intend to go?
A happy place, that's for sure. A place where I can smile because I know the next day will be better than the previous one.
Such a place doesn't exist. There are never any guarantees that tomorrow will be a better day.
That would mean I have no hope left. And I just can't accept such a conclusion.
Goodbye. Good evening. Pericles, tell me why your brother disagrees with your presence here.
Agamemnon is naive sometimes. Although don't consider him a fool, sir. He is often more lucid than me.
At least you both have the same difficulty explaining what you're doing, and for what reason.
But is that not a common problem for all mortals?
What can you tell me about your brother?
If you are searching for a pleasant chat, you should speak with him instead of wasting your time with me. He's always been the more gentle of us.
That's it? That's all you can tell me about him?
For the time being, true kindness is the most valuable quality, my good sir.
How long have...
Sometimes I feel as though I've been waiting for him for ages. Perhaps it is my role in life to wait for him. Not a pleasant thought.
It could be dangerous for you, waiting here all night.
That's quite true. But what other choice do we have? We are waiting here until we finally go.
Mr. Baker, I have met many strange people during my life, but you are definitely one of the strangest.
Really? I don't feel particularly odd or weird. All I want to do is leave. What's wrong with that?
Why are you still waiting for this person?
What would be the point of going before meeting the man, as he's going to help us leave?
Pericles, what?
I don't know. Perhaps it's time to leave. Perhaps we should stay a little longer. How can I tell?
And where exactly are you thinking of going?
In a place where I will finally have that feeling, to be where I belong. The world has to be meaningless chaos to make such a heaven plausible.
Goodbye.
Ok, bon. Ils sont vraiment chelous ces deux-là. Hein. Mais bon. Et coucou Po, comment ça va? Il y a monsieur là en bas. Est-ce que je peux aller le voir? Ah d'accord, sympa le bureau. J'aime bien la déco. Bon moi ça va, je continue Vampyr, c'est un bon jeu. Ah merde, ça s'est fermé. Je sais pas si tu connais le jeu, mais c'est plutôt bien foutu.
Jonathan Reed, at last we meet. Cards warned me you would visit tonight.
I beg your pardon, sir. Do I know you?
Of course you do. Our mutual friend, Dr. Swansea, can't speak highly enough of you. My name is Usher. Usher Talltree.
You are the leader of the Brotherhood, are you not?
Primate.
Ah.
Brotherhood of St. Paul's.
Oh c'est Usher. Yay, yay.
I'm really glad we met tonight.
C'est l'ancêtre de Usher.
The cards tell me the truth.
Tu connais pas du tout? Bah en gros pour te raconter vite fait l'histoire, donc le monsieur là à gauche que je contrôle c'est Jonathan Reed et qui est revenu de la guerre à Londres et à peine il est arrivé, paf, ah bah Vlatipa qui se fait croquer par un vampire. Donc il tombe dans les vapes. Et quand il se réveille, en fait, il est devenu un Ekon. C'est pas vraiment un vampire. C'est un vampire, mais eux ils disent Ekon. Parce que c'est le terme politiquement correct. et donc quand il se réveille, qu'est-ce qu'il fait ? Il plante ses crocs dans sa sœur. Parce qu'en fait, sa sœur le recherche, parce qu'il est un peu porté disparu. Sa sœur le cherche et lui il se dit, tu sais quoi, j'ai soif, il y a ma sœur qui arrive, donc miam 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 la sœur. Et à partir de là, en fait, tu le contrôles, donc tu dois t'échapper. Ensuite, t'arrives, si je me souviens, t'arrives dans l'hôpital. Tu te lis d'amitié avec un docteur. Il te planque dans son hôpital. Et comme tu es un docteur, en fait, tu sors que la nuit. Et donc, tu te présentes aux gens comme qui tu es vraiment, sauf que tu dis pas que t'es un vampire. Ouais. Donc ensuite, il y a toute une intrigue. Il y a une autre vampire qui t'aide et tout. Enfin, voilà. En gros, le speech, c'est ça. Et c'est fait par Dontnod, ceux qui ont fait Life is Strange. Entre autres.
What can you tell me about the neighborhood?
I really don't know.
Mais c'est sympa comme jeu.
And when I do, it's usually to quite distant destinations.
So you see nothing in the stars for me. You're a poor fortune teller then.
Oh, I can tell you many things, but they will only concern you, not the city. For example, I know that you offered your sister the final rest she asked for.
Ah oui, tiens, en parlant de la sœur, ça a été un peu plus tard dans le jeu, tu retrouves ta sœur qui était un vampire. Et c'est un boss parce qu'elle veut te tuer par vengeance. Elle était pas évidente comme boss. Mais enfin, on l'a tué pour de bon. Et en fait, le but là de ce Jonathan, c'est de trouver en fait son créateur, donc la personne qui l'a mordu en fait. Parce qu'apparemment la personne qui l'a mordu est très très puissante. Et à côté de ça, t'es à Londres et il y a une épidémie qui transformait les gens en scales, donc c'est-à-dire c'est des vampires mais qui sont complètement barges.
Tell me about yourself. What do you do here?
Et les gens pensent que c'est la fameuse grippe espagnole. Parce que ça se déroule, si je dis pas de bêtises, après la seconde... Enfin, vers la Première Guerre mondiale. Je sais pas si c'est après, je sais plus l'année exacte. Mais c'est dans les années de la Première Guerre mondiale, quoi. Voilà.
For a time, they sent spies to observe my activities, and they even broke into my home to gather proof.
Did they steal anything from you?
A personal notebook they quickly took to their headquarters. All they had to do is to look at me. I'm aging. What better and definite proof that I'm not an immortal?
Do you want your notebook back?
If you ever find it, I'd be glad to have it back, of course.
Ah, une nouvelle quête secondaire, ouais.
Ask one thing, though. Do not read it, Jonathan. Some secrets are not meant to be revealed, even to immortals.
Bon, ça, je peux rien te promettre.
It was 15 years last year.
What do you make of Dr. Swansea?
Et aussi, tu as le choix avec les personnes comme lui, là, avec qui je suis en train de parler. Donc je peux... attends, quand ça va finir le dialogue, je vais pouvoir mieux te montrer. Voilà. Donc tu vois, en haut à gauche, il y a Charmé. Donc moi j'ai un niveau 4, lui un niveau 5, je peux pas le faire. Et en gros, Charmé, ça veut dire que je peux le manger, quoi. Je peux le mordre et ça va me donner beaucoup d'expérience. Tu vois, par exemple, lui, là pour le moment, si j'avais le niveau 5 et que je le mangeais maintenant, j'aurais 2800 points d'XP. Mais je peux augmenter cet XP en soignant sa fatigue avec un remède. Et je peux aussi les laisser tranquilles. Donc là, en fait, pour cette run, je les laisse tranquilles. Même les gros salopards qui genre qui piquent les morts, ceux qui font payer des lits aux hôpitaux aux patients. Je me suis dit, vu que c'est un jeu Dontnod et c'est le genre de jeu où tu as plusieurs fins, je vais essayer la fin où tu manges personne. Les seules personnes que je mords, c'est les ennemis qui t'attaquent directement. Eux, t'as pas trop le choix.
Can you read the cards for me?
Are you sure
Donc,
you want to know what they will reveal?
Yes, I am.
Il y a une
Cost
bonne
you 150 shillings.
plus-value du jeu, quoi. Il veut du fric, mais allez, tiens,
Here
fric.
is the money.
The sorceress, a heart-shaped trap built to entangle a loved one. Mirrors on every wall to see her own reflection constantly.
Ah. Question perso.
How do you measure the amount of blood on my hands?
I told you. The cards always tell the truth. Well, most of the time.
Is it possible to tell me my future?
Vampire's fate is much more delicate to read, Doctor. But I can try.
All right. Let me hear it.
You're on a path to redemption, Jonathan. But be careful. One single trip and you'll fall.
That doesn't sound promising.
Take this, young Ekon, as a personal reward for your strong will. Keep following the right path and you'll reach safety.
Un vieux son. Oh, cool, sympa.
How did you learn about Mary? And spare me the hocus-pocus parlor tricks. The truth, now!
Swansea told me. Don't look at me like that. His task is to observe and gather information about vampires. He had to tell me about Mary.
Mary did not deserve her fate. She had already suffered enough during her life. And yet the pain, the suffering went on after her death.
Suffering is part of the immortal condition. Some prefer to lose their minds rather than face the simple truth. Pain will never stop.
À propos de la
May I
confrérie.
ask you about the Brotherhood?
Of course. But I must warn you that there are some subjects we consider taboo, in spite of our fondness and acceptance of your kind.
I know there is no love lost between the Guard of Priwen and the Brotherhood. What caused this rift?
It was 1801. The Brotherhood was stronger then, a strength that made them hungry for ever greater power. An argument divided them, and the wound never healed.
What was the nature of the disagreement?
The problem was that both sides considered themselves the legitimate heirs of the original Brotherhood. We divide up the books, the relics, not always fairly or with consideration.
Who founded the Brotherhood?
That's precisely the kind of question I cannot answer. It is delicate, and may reveal some of our secret traditions.
So you're not just a club of academics and scholars?
Once upon a time, very long ago, the Brotherhood did more than simply study the vampires. They took actions to eliminate the more ferocious and corrupted.
How
I told
is it possible?
Vampire...
I would...
Bon, est-ce que tu connaissais Dawson
Can
ça
you read the...
Put the money on the table.
Here.
Love. Pure and unseen. Untold. The two hearts love each other without knowing it. Without daring to admit it.
Allez, une dernière
Can you
fois.
read the card?
Put the money...
Here.
Love.
Ah d'accord.
Goodbye, sir.
I rarely... Perhaps London will survive the epidemic.
Ok, du coup sa quête à lui elle est loin ou pas? Oh c'est loin. Non. Ça au pire je le ferai hors stream. Alors je vais juste reparler à la... Ah mais attends, mais il y a des dalles. Enfin il y a une dalle. D'accord, il y a peut-être un passage secret avec ça. Je vais juste aller revoir la vendeuse. Apparemment j'ai débloqué un truc avec elle. Et après, promis, on va aller voir le vieux. J'avais dit la dernière fois, ouais non, je vais me focus sur la mission principale et tout.
I hope
Good evening.
you know you can call.
Tell me, Carolyn, do you often wound or hurt your daughter by mistake?
No. I always thought it was Carol's clumsiness that caused these incidents. Maybe it's a family trait, Doctor.
You really believe it's just bad luck and being clumsy then?
Of course, Doctor. What else could it be? I have nothing to hide.
Je ne bats ma fille qu'une fois par jour, enfin. Comme tous les autres parents, je ne comprends pas.
Goodbye for...
Dr. Reed.
Ah, bah elle est là la gamine.
Lad.
Good evening, Miss Price. I'm Dr. Reed. Do you remember me?
Dr. Reed? Yes, of course. You are the doctor who healed me and my mum. Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Good to see you too, Carol. Are you all right?
Oh, yes. I did not hurt myself recently. I know how to take care of myself now. I'm almost a grown-up.
Ok, alors.
Why are you awake at night, Carol?
I am helping my mother in her shop. It's not easy, but I'm a grown-up now.
I'm sure your mother is grateful for your help.
I do the best I can. But I'm so clumsy sometimes. I drop things. I injure myself. It's a good thing my mother has the patience of an angel.
Elle parle bien vite, hein.
Why is work not easy? Is something or someone bothering you?
Oh no, most people are gentle with me. But I'm so nervous sometimes. I pay no attention and hurt myself. Good thing my mum learned first aid.
What can you tell me of the people living nearby?
I don't speak to many people, except our customers. It's not easy to make friends. With the epidemic, it's even more difficult.
What can you tell me about the epidemic?
Some of our regular customers have left London. Some others only send their housemaids now. Everybody fears the contagion. I've even seen men with weapons.
Have you no friends at all?
No. Mr. Nithercote used to pass by and was always nice to me.
Does he not come by anymore?
No.
Nithercote, c'est pas le poète là?
Always reciting poetry about a
Ah
girl
oui,
we
c'est lui.
met in Whitechapel. I wonder who this camellia may be.
Is it true you often hurt yourself, Carol?
Yes, it's true. I try to behave, I really do. But one way or another, I always end up injured or wounded. I'm so stupid.
Why would you be stupid?
It's like I can't help getting under my mother's feet. That's how I end up being pushed, cut, or burned. You see, I'm a stupid girl, really.
When exactly do these accidents happen?
Ever since I was little. That's why I need to stay with Mum. I'm not capable of taking care of myself.
Putain, la vieille pétasse.
Do you enjoy working with your mother?
Oh yes, Doctor. My mother raised me alone after my father.
Putain, je suis sûr qu'en fait, l'autre, depuis qu'elle est gamine, elle se fait battre et
But she
compagnie.
always watched over me.
Et elle a arrêté. En fait, oh, le contrôle mental.
Do you remember your father?
No, I was just a baby then. My mother always told me how strong and good he was.
Do you ever think about getting married now you're a woman?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. Mum always says I'm still a child who has no idea how tough life can be. No husband would like a clumsy girl like me.
Goodbye.
Oh bah j'achète.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Plus jamais j'achèterai chez toi, espèce de taré.
You are responsible for your daughter's many injuries and scars, Carolyn. You brutalize her, don't you?
How could I abuse my own flesh and blood? This is nonsense. It would be like hurting myself.
You really believe you've done nothing wrong, don't you? How long has this been going on for? I should have seen it when you were my patients.
See what? Child abuse? Are you mad, Dr. Reed? I dedicated my whole life to my precious Carol. She is a part of me.
Yes. Even her name is just a part of yours. This is a terrible tragedy. Something of an unknown disorder. My God. Abuse that comes from overwhelming love.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. How dare you say something like that? What kind of a monster do you think I am?
Speak to me, Carolyn. Why do you behave like this? How does it make you feel to hurt Carol before cajoling her?
I don't know. It makes me feel good to take care of my daughter. I need to feel useful. No one ever takes care of me. I need someone to take care of me.
Do you realize Carol is a person? Not a toy. Not a doll. The poor girl would put her hand in a flame to please you. You are both trapped in this toxic relationship.
Carol and I are perfectly happy. Leave us be. How stupid I was to believe you could be a suitable husband.
Ah oui, elle s'appelle Caroline, j'avais même pas fait le lien.
You're a threat to Carol. And no child should feel unsafe in the presence of their parents.
No, Dr. Reed. You are the threat. You are threatening to separate a mother from her only daughter, from the meaning of her life.
L'essence de ta vie, c'est de...
Carol's gratitude is exemplary.
c'est de faire du mal à ta gamine.
Never to leave you.
I'm taking care of my daughter as well as I can. It's not always easy, but she's the best gift life gave me.
But she'll probably leave you someday to live her own life. Will that be difficult for you?
Why would she leave? Children sometimes stay with their parents until the end, for they know no one else will love them as much.
Goodbye.
Bon, on va dire à la gamine, tiens, prends 100 shillings et cours. Cours.
Good evening.
My mother always prefers when people simply call me Carol.
Cours, mon enfant, cours.
You need to understand you are in danger, Carol. Your mother is responsible for all your injuries.
That's a lie. She has always taken good care of me. She only gets irritated when I get under her feet. It's my fault. My mum loves me so much.
Yes, Carol. Your mother believes she loves you as much as you're convinced she loves you. But you are both trapped in a toxic relationship that puts you in danger.
What are you saying? That she lied to me all these years? That she wants me to be miserable? My mother has dedicated her life to my safety.
Your mother claims she cares for you, but you're just a vessel for her disease. I even suspect she doesn't see you as a person, but only as a part of herself.
Stop that. How dare you? There was no need for you to return from that stupid war if it's only to make us suffer.
Merde.
Goodbye.
Eh ben écoute, fini vieille fille, hein. Moi j'ai essayé de t'aider. Tant pis pour tout. Moi j'ai d'autres vieux à fouetter. Alors, du coup l'entrée elle est par là-bas. J'ai rencontré tout le monde en fait ici. Ouais. Il me restait je crois juste une... Ah bah non j'ai rencontré tout le monde. Bon bah parfait. L'entrée elle est où? Je suppose que c'est ça le manoir, mais...
It's locked, all right.
Ah non, faut... Ah, mais j'avais pas vu qu'il fallait que j'interroge les citoyens sur... Oh.
Good evening.
Can you...
Put the money...
Perhaps later. Is there...
Aloysius Dawson. Yes, of course. We met on several occasions. With time, he got deeper and deeper into the occult.
He's not the only one. It's been quite the fashion for several decades. The Golden Dawn, for instance, is just one example.
True. Aloysius was a member of the Golden Dawn until 1900. Then his thirst for dark knowledge grew. I'm talking forbidden texts. Readings which blackened his heart.
Goodbye, sir.
I rarely... Cards never lie, but they are never easy to read.
Ouais, du coup, elle est où l'entrée alors?
What can...
I've heard this is a man who has searched for his place in the world for a long time. I hope he found it.
Goodbye, Mr. Baker.
Hello again.
What can
You
you...
should ask that question to me.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Baker.
Oui, non, non seulement ils sont chelous, mais en plus ils servent à rien ces deux-là. Heureux. Bon, alors j'essaie de trouver. Ah non, c'est une affiche. J'essaie de trouver l'entrée du manoir d'un vieux monsieur qui veut que je dois transformer en vampire. J'arrive pas à trouver l'entrée. Est-ce que ça... Oui, non, ça c'est pas un manoir, ça. C'est
Good evening.
My mother always...
Have you ever met...
Yes. Very...
What do you mean?
He said he was ready to pay good money for rare books. And then laughed at what we showed him.
Goodbye.
Good morning.
Good evening.
You know,
Do you know...
everybody knows him.
Did he...
No,
Ah oui,
he
elle
doesn't.
me
That was
l'a
before his...
déjà dit.
Goodbye for...
Continue à abuser de ta fille. Alors, elle est où cette entrée là? Bon. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on fait dans ces cas-là? Je vais juste mater vite fait une vidéo parce que je déteste tourner en rond pour rien. Vampyr, là. Alors, j'ai battu le boss. Caroline. Les jumeaux, je leur ai parlé. Ok. Juste voir là. Juste où est l'entrée en fait. Parce que là je vois le mec qui sort de la... du refuge. Ah, mais attends. Peut-être de l'autre côté du refuge, en fait. Merde, j'ai placé un repère. Alors, ça doit peut-être être par là. Apparemment, c'est un grillage. Oh putain, ouais, alors eux ils peuvent faire mal. Ah. Ok, c'est là, faut juste que je batte ce mec. Ah, ces mecs, parce qu'il y en a un autre. T'es où? Vas-y, ramène-toi. Aïe. Voilà. Ah oui, ça c'est... C'est du manoir. On apprécie la déco.
Dawson's mansion. Here I am at last. But the question remains. Am I ready to make a dying man my progeny?
Ah oui, donc soit je le transforme en vampire en écon, soit non. Parce qu'en fait, Elisabeth, qui est le premier vampire que je rencontre, c'est la waifu apparemment. Et elle me dit de surtout pas le faire.
Finally you're here, Dr. Reed. What took you so long?
I had to pass several of your barricades and outposts to access your mansion, sir.
Death, pestilence surround us, and time is against me.
I see you've gathered some of the most expensive, albeit experimental, blood transfusion equipment available. All this could be so useful in a hospital.
Yes, yes. Since Lord Redgrave sent me a doctor to perform my conversion, I thought you might find some of these devices useful.
Most thoughtful. But tonight I'm not here as a physician.
But I feel reassured that a specialist such as yourself would help me to escape the Reaper.
Very well. But before I proceed, I have a few questions for you.
If you must, but be quick, for I don't have much time left in this life.
First of all, I need to be sure that you know exactly what is going to happen to you, sir.
I can assure you I'm as informed as any man can be. I have planned for this moment, Dr. Reed. Planned very carefully.
C'est moi le vampire. Le vampire, c'est moi.
Sir, I'm going to end your life. Do you not wish to discuss the procedure for even a minute?
I don't have a minute to indulge in idle chatter. I can't feel my legs. And the cold. So cold.
Mais des bisous, Po. C'est gentil d'être passé en tout cas. À la prochaine.
I will become your maker. Do you understand what that means?
Well, I certainly won't consider you my liege, or some such drivel. You can be assured of that.
You'll need to feed on warm blood. Blood from mortals. How do you feel about that?
I'm rich, Dr. Reed, and powerful. I'm sure I'll be able to acquire all the blood I need without ever having to sully my own hands.
Ouais, bon, on va le tuer, hein.
What do you know about the Guard of Priwen?
What I do know is that I'll crush anyone or anything that would dare to oppose me.
Let's move on then.
Please, I'm cold and tired. I feel my life waning with every moment.
But first, before you embrace immortality, what would you do with such a gift?
That's a rather impertinent question, Dr. Reed. And I will do as I please.
Answer me all the same. What will your first action be as an immortal?
To save London. I will finance the most efficient quarantine ever seen. I will build a wall that will separate the sick boroughs from the healthy ones.
He's gonna build a wall. It's gonna be 10 feet higher. And the Mexican... Oh, me dis pas que ça n'a pas été inspiré de Trump. Me dis pas que ça n'a pas été inspiré de Trump. Build a wall.
Who gave you the right to decide the fate of thousands of people?
My money. My money and my pending immortality gives me the needed authority, Doctor. I'm a businessman. I'm used to tough decisions.
You really plan to build a quarantine wall across London?
Yes, it will be tall and strong, separating the wheat from the chaff.
By doing so, you will also create two separate prisons.
Come, sir. An eminent doctor like yourself knows that such radical measures have proved efficient in the past.
Let me guess. You mean to isolate the rich from the poor?
This is a desperate measure for desperate times. England must prevail, Doctor, no matter the cost.
Quarantine is not a bad idea, medically speaking. But I'm convinced this epidemic will not be contained by mere walls.
As long as the right people are on the right side of the wall, that's all that matters.
But you can't guarantee infection will not spread. Just one contagious carrier would be enough to create an apocalypse.
The apocalypse is already knocking at the gate. We must be strong now.
What if a new outbreak happens inside your walls? You'll have created a giant trap.
That won't happen. As long as we dispose of anyone that is contaminated as soon as they are spotted.
I've heard enough. It's time to proceed.
At last. All right, do what you have to do. If it hurts, so be it. I've been preparing such a long time for this.
Alors... Charmer. Étreindre, transformer. Je vais être honnête, j'ai aucune envie de transformer ce vieux con en vampire. Par contre, qu'est-ce qu'ils entendent par charmer? Enfin, c'est quoi la différence entre charmer et étreindre? En plus, sacrifier 2000 points d'XP, on va te faire foutre. J'avais dit que je tuerais personne, mais franchement... Ouais, j'aimerais bien savoir la différence entre... C'est quoi entre charmer et... Oh, puis non, je vais le tuer.
You don't deserve immortality, Mr. Dawson.
What? What are you prattling on about?
I don't believe I've ever met a man so bereft of empathy. You, sir, are despicable.
No! Wait! You can't! I made a deal with Lord Redgrave. I'll finance whatever he wants. Please, just ask him.
Sleep now. Rest now. Forever.
Allez, allez, à plus, Monsieur Burns.
Lived forever. Who are you to decide my fate? Who gave you the authority?
Je suis l'autorité, connard. Voilà. Puis à l'heure de Grave, on aura juste à lui dire... C'est quoi ça? Troisième clé... Mais du coup on va tout piquer chez lui. On aura juste à dire à Lord Redgrave que... il est mort. Que bah on a essayé mais que son corps a pas bien réagi. Nanana, nanana. S'il fallait tuer une personne, c'était lui. Voilà, je l'ai faite. Pas de regret. Je vais en profiter d'être chez lui pour piller la baraque.
Reduced in rank for falsely accusing a man of murder. I wonder what Inspector Albright thinks about his punishment.
Ah. Faudra qu'on voie ça. Il me reste encore une clé ou j'ai tout utilisé? La première clé il me reste. Il est où le dernier coffre? Bon, tant pis. Alors.
Is it done, Dr. Reed? Is Aloysius Dawson reborn as expected?
Alas, Aloysius Dawson was not brought back to life after his death. The man is gone.
What? What happened?
Ah, il a pas survécu.
He didn't survive the procedure. He was too weak.
This is unacceptable, nevertheless. You were given the simplest task.
Well, get rid of me then.
From now on, you're an outcast. Banished. You are forbidden to ever appear in front of us again. Ascalon will smite you on sight, and and your heart will be thrown to the rats.
I'll leave you then. Have fun with your puppets and shadow plays, Lord Redgrave.
Yes, go, traitor, and take that awful creature, that counterfeit of a woman I saw waiting for you, and be gone!
Protéger le Pembroke Hospital. Oula, ça sent mauvais. Ça sent mauvais. Qu'est-ce qu'il fout là?
Meet again at the strangest of times, young Ekon. So do you serve the Earl of Bristol now?
Old Bridget. What are you doing here?
Your friend, the wise Ekon. She sent me to warn you.
Did anyone see you? It's a long way from the dock sewers, and hunters are patrolling the streets here.
Who said I took the streets? How do you think I survived for centuries in this city without ever being seen? I know all her secrets.
How did you meet Lady Ashbury?
She came to us in the sewers in search of answers. Just as you did.
What kind of answers did you give her?
I knew nothing of your maker, but we talked. We talked a lot. Her words and ideas are captivating. It is no surprise that you like her. I like her too.
Lady Ashbury in the sewers? Now that's a sight I wish I'd seen.
She said she was your friend, and that she sought the identity of your maker. So I answered her questions.
Lady Ashbury? You know her? Tell me what's going on.
The lady approached me but a few nights ago, wanting to meet the sewer skulls. Once she questioned Harriet Jones. She agreed to help us.
Harriet Jones is still with you then? How is she doing?
Harriet remains angry, but is recovering slowly. Her mind is twisted, but at least her body is healing.
Tell me what is going on.
The lady asked us to keep an eye on your mortal doctor friend while you were away. We spotted the hunters. They were discussing plans to attack tonight.
Merde.
Wait, slow down. I need to ask you something.
I'm listening, but I do not have time.
Bon, tout ça on s'en fout.
No time to lose then. I must go there right away.
I shall return to my den. Have you a message for the lady? Should I see her before you?
Oh, on va être romantique.
Yes. Tell her I love her.
Is this still unknown to her? Go now and take care, young Ekon, for the flames are rising.
Vite. Alors, faut passer par Whitechapel. Ah bah attends, parce que j'avais une quête à Whitechapel. Bah écoute, je peux faire tac 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 tac, passer là. Et allez, let's go. Non. Oh, fous-moi la paix, toi.
Perhaps I should look into you. The best
No match for the Swanborough cordial.
Par là. Tu sais un truc, toi? Non, tu sers à rien.
It's locked.
Good evening.
Wang.
Goodbye.
Merde, ça peut être... Où est-ce qu'il peut être son carnet? Ah, si ça se trouve, c'est dans des égouts à la con. Bon, bah tant pis. Pardon. Ah, par où je peux passer?
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Ouais, bon, on va aller direct à l'hôpital. Hein. Lady Ashbury, je pense qu'elle peut attendre.
Show me how you defeated Virgo Puncher.
What is this truck? Are the vampire hunters here already?
With you at our side, Dr. Reed, I...
Good evening, and good evening to you. Are you all right? I heard the hospital has been attacked.
As far as I know, nobody's been hurt. But who were those men? Why attack Dr. Swansea?
What happened to him?
We don't know. They came in, they went out. In between those two events, Dr. Swansea went missing. Maybe he just went into hiding nearby.
Goodbye.
Those bastards. What have they done to Edgar? Looks like he's wounded. I better follow the blood.
Alors attends, je suis juste allé dans mon bureau. Ça, j'ai 4000 points d'XP, autant l'utiliser. Alors, lance de sang, autophagie. Ah ouais, non, là, faut que je sois niveau 26. Bon, écoute, je vais mettre l'autophagie au niveau max. Voilà. Après, j'ai 1180, 4000. Ouais, je pense que tout le reste, c'est du niveau, c'est du 1005. Ouais. Terrible nouvelle pour la ville de Londres, la mort d'Olucius Dawson. L'homme derrière l'Empire Dawson est survenu la nuit dernière aux alentours de 4h du matin. Une des femmes de chambre de son manoir l'a retrouvé dans son lit ce matin, gisant dans une mare de sang. Et a immédiatement prévenu les autorités. La police interroge en ce moment même une dizaine d'employés qui se trouvaient présents sur les lieux au moment des faits. Aucun suspect n'a pour l'instant été clairement identifié. Rien à foutre. Alors. Oula, ça sent l'arène de fight.
Ultraviolet curtains and orichalcum powder. Dr. Swansea's always been a resourceful bastard. I bet he never told you he had this installed in case of a vampire attack. Says a lot about how much he trusts you.
What have you done with Edgar?
Don't worry. We don't kill humans. Even if your friend is deserving of a little punishment for one.
What are you talking about?
We know everything. Swansea and you created this bloody epidemic. You aim to unleash another disaster just like William Marshall did.
No, I'm trying to put an end to it. Just like you are.
You're the progeny, aren't you? Where is the monster hiding? It's still in England, isn't it?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Jeffrey, please listen to me.
No tricks. That shit won't work on me. We've found proof in the theater. Doris Fletcher was your first experiment. Now where is Marshall? Speak! So much for modern technology. Time for the tried and true. Do you know what this is, Beast? This is a drop of King Arthur's blood. The blood of a true defender of Britain. Stronger than your evil powers.
Alors t'es contre les vampires mais tu bois du sang toi aussi. Ok.
This is ridiculous. We're losing precious time.
True enough. Soon I'll bring your head before your coward of a father.
Pick you down.
Allez, tiens, écoute. Putain, il fait mal. Oh la vache.
Close your eyes. This is gonna hurt. Come on, Reed. Try something else. Your poisonous bite is useless on me. I know. The blood of a true defender of this land will protect me. cleanse you.
Oh là 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 là.
If you're so innocent. Come on, Reed. Close your eyes. This is gonna hurt. Freewind prevails. True light will cleanse you.
Non, pourquoi j'ai utilisé ça? Je n'en avais pas besoin.
It hurts, doesn't it? True light will cleanse you.
Facile.
We are the guardian of justice. Freewind shall prevail.
You can't accept the fact we're not enemies, can you?
We always have been, and we always will be. Of all the evils that threaten mankind, your kind are the worst.
Allez, je vais lui laisser une chance.
I'm not saying we could be friends, you and I. But perhaps we could collaborate to put an end to this epidemic.
Never! We are Freewind. We do not negotiate. We do not compromise.
There is no way you'll ever let me be, McCullum. You'll always hunt me down, won't you?
There is no escape, Leech. Kill me now. For there is no way you can sway me to your ideals.
That's where you're mistaken.
What do you mean?
I'll spare you, McCullum. I'll offer you the mercy you never offered me.
What is this ruse?
This is no ruse, McCullum. This is me letting you go. After all, you and I are both trying to save this poor country in our own way.
C'est qui le bonhomme?
I'll kill you, Reed. Next time we meet, I'll end you.
See? Progress already. You called me by my name. Until the next time. Goodbye, Hunter.
Par contre, il aurait pu me dire où est-ce qu'il était le docteur Edgar. On aurait peut-être dû lui demander. On aurait dû lui demander ça. Se rendre au théâtre, ok. Du coup, je peux... Moi, je vais retourner dans mon bureau, hein, 3700 points. Donc ça c'est bon. Ensuite la lance, qui est bien utile en fait. Ah, c'est 4005, ok. L'ulti c'est niveau 26, c'est 4000. Je vais attendre les 4000. Je suis à 3007. Le théâtre, il est par là-bas. Donc faut que je passe par là-bas. Okay. C'est pas vrai. Non, eh oh, ça suffit.
So Priwen never left Doris's theatre after they invaded. They must be holding Edgar here in their new headquarters. Ok, il est en bas. It's locked, all right.
Comment je fais pour aller en bas? Ah, là.
Doris Fletcher was about to become a disaster. I'm getting close to having all the evidence.
Clé de la scène. Ok, ça doit être là.
It's locked. Blood of a pure heart, garlic, blood of a king. I don't understand. Perhaps this is what McCullum drank. I had better keep that in mind.
Ce conserve utilisé pour stocker les preuves sensibles jusqu'à nouvel ordre. Devrait être toujours fermé à clé. Si vous avez besoin d'y accéder, venez me voir au dernier étage pour obtenir la clé. Surtout, n'oubliez pas de me rendre une fois que vous l'avez terminé, Rodney.
I should find the key to that box. It's locked, all right.
Edgar. Edgar, can you hear me?
Jonathan, is it really you?
Easy. Easy. Save your strength. I'm getting you out of here.
Don't try to spare me. As a physician, I know all too well when it's too late. Punctured lung, broken ribs, internal bleeding. An accurate diagnosis, wouldn't you say?
Edgar, what happened?
They wanted me to confess. Beat me black and blue.
Jeffrey McCullum ambushed me at the Pembroke Hospital. He was convinced you and I were responsible for the Skal epidemic.
never imagined that self-righteous fanatic would dare to attack us in the open. What became of him?
To prove him wrong, I let him go.
Really? You sure that was the wisest course of action?
Time will tell. The most intriguing part of his accusation was that you and I were the pawns of some ancient vampire.
William Marshall. Yes, they tortured me to make me confess the same nonsense.
I think you're hiding something, Edgar.
What do you mean?
William Marshall, for example. You speak of him as if you know him. How is that?
Jonathan, I cannot say I'm ready for another round of questions.
Why would the Guard of Priwen believe you and I created the vampire epidemic?
Maybe due to our profession. Because I offered you shelter in my hospital.
What can you tell me about William Marshall?
Not much. History paints the story he was the greatest knight who ever lived. Amongst the immortals, he had a yet greater legend.
Why is the Guard of Priwen so obsessed with you?
He was the only ancient vampire to escape the first great hunt launched by the Guard of Priwen in 1854. They believe he's an evil creature plotting his return.
Why would he deserve such a reputation?
I cannot say. The Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole has next to no intelligence on him. All I know is that he's supposed to be the oldest of all the British vampires.
While investigating the epidemic, I read some of McCullum's findings. I think you have some explaining to do.
I have nothing to hide, Jonathan. Nothing at all.
Do you know Doris Fletcher's real name?
No, I'm afraid not.
Her real name was Doris Jones. She was the daughter of Harriet Jones.
What do you want me to say, Jonathan?
Do you remember when we suspected Sean Hampton of killing Harriet Jones?
Yes. The terrible episode that came as a shock to us all.
Harriet Jones faked her own death. When I found her in the sewers, she confessed she wanted everybody to pay for what happened to her.
That woman was extremely bitter, full of hatred and festering anger.
Doris Fletcher visited her mother at the Pembroke Hospital. That's how she first got infected.
I know nothing about that. Miss Fletcher once came to visit the sick. That is all I know.
No, Edgar, there is more. Doris Fletcher was Harriet Jones's daughter. They exhibited the same symptoms: blind hate and strong physical mutation.
What does this sad story have to do with us?
Do you know where we are? Doris Fletcher's theater. This is where that hateful creature plotted to spread the epidemic across London.
I only briefly met Miss Fletcher once when she visited the Pembroke Hospital. You say it was to see her mother. She seemed like such a sweet and graceful woman.
My point exactly. The disease turned her into a bitter soul, driven by vengeance just like her mother. A symptom of all the infected patients.
Certain diseases are known to produce similar effects. Rabies, for example. And rabies is not the devil at work.
Come on, Edgar. Don't you see the pattern here? The epidemic, the link between Doris and Harriet, the suspicion of McCullum.
How could I? I never saw Harriet Jones again after she fled the hospital.
Doris and Harriet shared more than a hidden family bond. They were the embodiment of the epidemic and are linked to the Pembroke Hospital. Come on, Edgar, this is no coincidence.
I swear I'm at a complete loss. All I did was administer vampire blood to cure old Harriet. There was no evil plan, no diabolical plot.
You did what?
I tested the regenerating and healing properties of vampire blood on Harriet Jones. My only intention was to find the cure for influenza, I swear.
Whose blood did you use? William Marshall's? Mine?
Lady Ashbury's. While transfusing her with human blood, humanely appeasing her hunger, I also kept samples of her blood for my research.
You used her blood on Harriet Jones? My God, Edgar, that's unethical. You betrayed 2 of your patients at the same time.
Right, I admit it.
Salut Rimsad. T'arrives dans du drama.
I've killed no one to appease my thirst for knowledge, Jonathan. I'm no murderer.
I never asked to become what I am, Edgar. You chose to conduct your rogue experiments.
You have worked beside me. You saw what I'm doing at Pembroke Hospital. Jonathan, you know I'm not an evil soul. Just another victim of this tragedy.
Bah, je vais pas le tuer, ça me ferait chier de le tuer. Sacrifier 3000 points de vie ou le laisser crever. Ah, c'est pas cool, mec, c'est pas cool. C'est normal qui est là quand j'arrive. Tu apportes le drama. Putain, 3000 points d'XP que je perds. Parce qu'en fait, ce qu'il a fait, c'est que il a pris du sang de Lady Ashbury et il l'a mis dans la vieille. Et c'est pour ça que la vieille elle s'est transformée, pareil que sa fille. Ah, il a été cool avec nous, mais bon. Ah, je sais pas, je sais pas. Est-ce qu'il mérite d'être transformé? C'est ça le truc. Non.
Yes, Edgar, you're about to die. I won't say it's fair, but I can't say you don't deserve it.
Your words hurt deeply, Jonathan. They come from a friend. I helped you, remember?
Yes, I remember.
The second I saw you in that bar, I knew we would accomplish great things, you and I.
I thought you were a vampire, till you brandished that cross.
You looked so lost when you opened that door. For a few seconds I thought you were there to kill me.
I think we were both afraid.
And now, I feel true fear. Is there an afterlife?
Ouais, merci pour ton aide.
What will become of me when I'm dead, Dr. Reed?
I really cannot say, Dr. Swansea.
In the end, life betrays us all.
Oh, ce drama! Ok. Bon. Alors. C'est pas terrible comme note. Alors attends, parce que il me semble qu'il y avait ça. Et ça c'est où? Trouver la clé de la salle de stockage. Ah, c'est là.
It's locked.
Non, non, c'est pas là. Attends, non, je crois qu'il avait dit que c'était au dernier étage. Ouais, non, ce qu'il a fait, c'est pas cool. Et parce qu'il m'a aidé et que ça a été un bon gars au début, je ne l'ai pas tué. Mais il méritait pas d'être transformé. Comme ça, il est mort, mais je ne l'ai pas tué. Hop. Ah putain de merde. Les pires combats du jeu quand les couloirs font 2 mètres de diamètre. Ah bah c'est eux qui avaient la clé. Bon bah parfait. Non, c'est pas là. Là, voilà.
Really don't know if I should read this.
Oh, je vais me gêner. Les cartes m'inquiètent. Elles commencent à m'annoncer l'arrivée d'un danger. Nanana. Piscitosone. Putain, il y a trop de trucs. Allez hop.
I can't believe it.
Oh salaud, il va. Salopard, il veut pas me faire un résumé. J'ai pas trouvé clair. Ah, c'est un allié de Primwen. Je peux pas voir situation critique. Ok. Bon, on va sortir de cet endroit. Déjà, je vais essayer de trouver un refuge pour l'XP. Alors, je dois aller là. Et les refuges sont loin. Et en plus, oh putain, lui aussi, il est super loin. Bon, bah, on va aller voir Lady Ashbury avant.
So Harriet Jones became the original carrier when Edgar gave her vampire blood. I must tell Elizabeth.
This one's a tough. Look at it. Vicious bugger.
Ouvre-moi. Oh putain. Voilà. Moumoune, j'ai besoin de ton aide.
What good fortune brings you back to me, Jonathan? What is it, my dear?
I'm afraid it's bad news, Elizabeth. The worst, actually.
Please, speak up.
Edgar is no longer in McCullum's grasp. I resolved that matter.
Where is our good friend now? Is he well?
He was mortally wounded. I put an end to his misery.
That is terrible, Jonathan. And yet you did what you must. Poor man.
Edgar Swansea was responsible for the Skull epidemic, Elizabeth. It was he who unleashed the deadly scourge upon London.
What? Are you certain? This is the most terrible accusation of all.
He confessed everything to me. He sought to cure the disease, to exploit vampire blood to stop the epidemic. But he unwittingly gave birth to a catastrophe.
All those poor victims. How could he do it? What happened?
C'est un peu avec ton sang, ma bibiche. C'était un criminel? Non. Non. Alors, par contre, ça veut dire quoi? Il faisait fi de l'éthique. C'est-à-dire, il s'en fichait de l'éthique? Je sais pas ce que ça veut dire faire fi de quelque chose. Oui, c'est ça pour l'éthique. Donc soit c'est un criminel, soit il s'en foutait de l'éthique. Bon, c'est un peu pareil. Soit il était stupide. En gros, tu ne tiens pas compte. Ok, j'avais un doute. Bah c'était ça en fait. Ouais, l'éthique il s'en foutait un peu, mais après il a été con aussi. Pour moi, c'était pas un criminel. On va dire qu'il a été con. Pense à un truc, mais je le garde pour moi, c'est une hypothèse. Oh bah vas-y, dis. Exprime-toi.
And the poor patient. Let me guess. It was Harriet Jones, was it not?
Yes.
Yep.
That explains how Doris Fletcher was infected, and how she became an Icor. She secretly visited her mother at Pembroke.
Then we have no choice. We must act quickly, Jonathan. We must return to the sewers and put an end to the threat poor Harriet embodies.
I have one more matter to discuss with you. Harriet Jones was the primary case.
Pourrait-elle être derrière tout ça en fait? Elle, Lily Ashbury?
Do you know what a healthy carrier is?
There is a tone in your voice that frightens me.
Bah en fait...
It was your blood Edgar used.
Ouais voilà, Edgar il a utilisé son sang à elle sur la vieille, c'est ce qui a causé tout ce bordel. Mais c'est pas de sa faute à elle. Je pense pas qu'elle ce soit la manipulatrice.
No, this can't be. Oh.
Elizabeth, are you all right?
Comme par hasard, c'est du la peinture rouge.
I have to go.
What do you mean?
Leave me alone. Save the city, Jonathan. Save what can be saved.
Elizabeth, I need answers. Why did your blood
Stay
cause
away
this?
from me. Please. I swear I never was your
Wait,
enemy.
no! Elizabeth!
Oh là 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 là, tout ce drama. Mais non, je pense pas que ce soit elle derrière tout ça. Ça m'étonnerait. Alors, une goutte de sang auprès... Oula. Alors, je pense que Geoffrey, vu que je l'ai laissé la vie sauve, peut-être... Mais alors, Lord Redgrave... comment dire ça? Il va aller dire d'aller me faire empapaouter, pour être poli.
Now would be a good time to blend the recipe Marshall used when he fought the disaster. I think I know where to find what I need.
Bon alors attends, déjà je dois aller à l'hôpital. Là-bas. Hop. On va y aller. On verra bien. Ouais, non, moi ça m'étonnerait en tout cas. Ou alors, faudrait une bonne explication. Hein. Après, peut-être qu'elle cache encore quelque chose. Mais de là à ce qu'elle soit vraiment responsable et tout, je sais pas. Beaucoup de drama dans ce... Il y a trop de sentiments. Oh là là. Bah pour la peine, si... Bon, je pense pas que je finirai le jeu aujourd'hui. Pour la séance de demain, ce sera ça le titre. Trop de sentiments. De l'insuline dans la morgue. Ok. Bon, donc je peux faire ça, puis après on ira dans le refuge. Par contre, l'entrée de la morgue, je sais plus où c'est. Ah, je crois que c'est là. Ouais, c'est là. Alors, trouver de l'insuline. Oh, c'est pas vrai. Ouais, tiens. Putain, niveau 35. Alors apparemment c'est à l'étage. Ah, la lumière de Jésus. Ah, vas-y, bouffe-le. Bon, attends. On va les laisser s'entretuer, hein. Alors, sur qui on parie? Le Scal ou sur le prêtre? Bon. Ah, le Scal a l'air de se démerder. Ouais, c'est le Scal qui va gagner. Ah, quoique. Ouh, le prêtre. Ah, ça va être serré, hein. Ah, peut-être. Je m'en mêle pas. Ah, GG le... Ah non, pas encore. Et c'est le prêtre qui gagne. Voilà. The priest wins. Tout ça, ça m'aide pas pour l'insuline.
There it is.
Ah bah, elle est là.
Insulin. Much more efficient than garlic against blood poisoning and sepsis, and much less dangerous for me. Thank you, Dr. Polescu.
Bon, celui-là, je pense que c'était l'ingrédient le plus facile à trouver. Oui, c'est clair, oui. Ils pourront nous dire merci, hein, on leur facilite le travail. Alors, apparemment, là, doit y avoir la troisième partie du testament de mon père, mais la boîte n'apparaît pas. Donc du coup, il y a une quête secondaire que je ne peux pas faire, ou du moins terminer. C'est ballot. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Un sérum conçu selon la recette des larmes de l'ange. Ah oui, bah c'est l'antidote, je suis con. Ok. Alors, 4600. Lame de sang, autophagie, lutti. Je sais pas quoi améliorer en fait. Bon, remarque. Allez, ça. Pour le 100%, tu l'as dans le... Oh là là, oh là là, il y a quelqu'un qui est en forme ce soir. Hein. Alors, la police de Whitechapel a été informée ce matin de la mystérieuse disparition d'Edgar Swansea, médecin de 45 ans, à environ 6h30 du matin. La police a diffusé une description du disparu, environ 1m81, mince, la peau claire, les cheveux grisonnants et une fine moustache. Il porte probablement une blouse blanche de médecin, une veste de veloutine et une chemise en Oxford de couleur sombre et des chaussures de ville. Dr Swansea est un personnage bien connu dans le quartier de Whitechapel, actuel chef du Pembroke Hospital et scientifique de renom. Il a été le fer de lance du mouvement d'admission massive des malades de l'épidémie de grippe de l'été dernier. Même si ses méthodes ont été critiquées, il est à noter que Dr Swansea a sauvé énormément de vies lors de l'épidémie sous sa direction. Le Pembroke Hospital a atteint des sommets techniques grâce notamment au talentueux médecin qui l'emploie. Dernière recrue est le pionnier de la transfusion sanguine Jonathan Reid, à peine revenu de la guerre. Le célèbre chirurgien est actuellement introuvable et n'a pas pu répondre à nos questions. L'absence de chirurgien-chef a provoqué une baisse radicale du taux de succès des opérations de l'hôpital. Je ne peux donc vous conseiller d'éviter cet établissement jusqu'à ce que Dr Swansea soit retrouvé ou qu'un dirigeant compétent prenne sa place. Oups. Ouais, bah écoute, hein, voilà quoi. Shit happens. Du coup, dans les piliers, il y en a plus que 2 de vivants. Il y a elle et il y a lui. Alors, oh ouais, bah alors Usher, machin. Voilà. Sinon ça va me perturber. On va aller en premier à Whitechapel. Allez, go. Donc je dois aller par là-bas. Non, par là-bas. Donc c'est bien par cette route. Ah, je voulais couper par le cimetière, je peux pas y entrer. Au secours. Bon. Eux ça va, ils meurent vite. C'est eux par contre, ils sont balèzes. Hein.
If McCullum really drank the blood of King Arthur, then I may have found another vital ingredient for my recipe.
Alors, trouver McCullum.
That's gonna hurt! That's gotta hurt! Watch the leech, boys! Take its head!
Alors oui, où est-ce qu'il peut être ce con? Ah, peut-être ici. Non.
It's locked.
Ah non, il est vraiment dansé à partir de cette zone-là. McCullum. Il est là.
Good evening, Vampire Hunter.
Are you here to end me, Leech? You'll find I will not be killed easily.
Not at all, McCullum. I am here because I need you.
Really? I'm intrigued. Speak up, then.
I need the blood of a king. The blood of Arthur. I'm certain you possess it, and I must have it.
The guard's most sacred and precious relic. Why would you? You found Marshall's memoirs. I should have destroyed that book.
I need the antidote to save this city, McCullum.
It is within me to take your words as truth. I want to, but I must know more. What precisely are your plans?
Allez, on va être honnête.
A creature called a disaster is about to be unleashed. It falls upon me, as once it did Marshall, to stop it before the whole country is ravaged.
I should have destroyed that book. And yet, I wish I could join this battle alongside you. But this crusade is not mine to fight.
Do you not understand? We wanted the same thing from the outset. A means to end this vampire epidemic.
Not enemies. Maybe that is so. Take it then. I see no other hope for this city. If this is some trick, you will be damned, Dr. Reed.
Ah, ok, sympa.
Thank you. Can we speak more?
Indeed. Why not?
Why are you here?
The man who raised me after the brutal murder of my parents. He's buried here.
Were both your parents killed by vampires?
Yes.
Après, c'est l'Angleterre, si vous jouez ça, on s'en remettra.
My father returned to Dublin a vampire and tore out my mother's throat.
And who was this man?
Carl Eldritch. One-time leader of Priwen. He killed my father in front of me. Helped me hunt my brother Ain after teaching me how to kill leeches.
What will the guard of Priwen do now? Will you stop the Great Hunt?
Yes. But we shall continue to protect innocents from beasts like you and your red-headed friend.
Like me?
I am indebted to you for sparing me at Pembroke. But this won't always be the case. I'm no coward like those St. Paul's Stoll brothers.
Ouais, on va dire qu'on y quitte, quoi.
How long have you known Lady Ashbury? Where is she? And what will you do to her?
We saw you meeting her, so of course we investigated. She is gone. Our scouts reported she has sold some paintings and departed for an unknown destination.
Adieu, Vampire Hunter.
Until we meet again, Blood Drinker.
C'est offensant ça, monsieur. Ok, bon, alors maintenant il va nous rester le plus compliqué. Parce que lui, il m'a pas la bonne, hein, on va dire ça comme ça. Le meilleur moyen, c'est de faire marche arrière, repasser par l'hôpital et aller à West End. On y va. Est-ce que Lord Redgrave... Voilà quoi, je sens le fight. Mais je suis prêt. Je peux pas transformer le VR. Ah non, 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 non. Non, parce que en fait le vieux, pour le transformer déjà, je devais renoncer à 3000 points d'XP. Donc fuck that. Non, non, et puis il a commencé à dire que oui, alors si vous me transformez, j'irai faire un grand mur et tout. Enfin, il allait vraiment foutre la merde. Donc, papy, si tu veux, il voulait recréer Donald Trump. Oh, puis c'est bon, il a assez vécu comme ça. Donc du coup, je l'ai buté. Enfin, en fait, il y avait deux choix. Enfin, trois même. Il y avait donc le transformer en vampire. Donc ça, c'était juste hors de question. Après, donc il y avait le tuer, ce que j'ai fait. Et il y avait charmer. Mais je savais pas ce que ça voulait dire exactement. Donc dans le doute, hein. Allez hop, salut, merci, au revoir. Et donc du coup, après l'avoir tué, bah, j'ai dit à Lord Redgrave... Enfin, il est venu juste après, puis je lui ai dit, ouais, bah... Je lui ai même menti d'ailleurs, je lui ai dit, non, mais en fait, bah, son corps, il a pas tenu et tout, et lui, il m'a cru, mais il m'a dit, ouais, non, mais même si son corps a pas tenu, bah, c'est de ta faute, je t'emmerde, je veux plus jamais te revoir. Donc, je pense qu'il va pas m'accueillir à bras ouverts, quoi. Je lui ai même pas dit que je l'avais tué de sang-froid, voilà. Mais il a quand même les glandes. Ah ouais, non, il a dit, ouais, je vais faire un grand mur, et rien à foutre des gens, faudra juste qu'ils soient du bon côté, et dès qu'il y aura un soupçon de cas suspect, boum, on l'exécute. Je fais, oula, oula. Toi, hein, tu vas pas passer par la case maison de retraite. Ah non, une merde comme ça mérite pas de finir immortel. Dans le doute, j'essaie. On est tous les deux très heureux. Maintenant, je me fais entretenir par un vieux monsieur. Ah. Bon, attends, lui, je vais le tuer. Forcément, j'attire les deux cons là-bas. Mais attends, si je m'éloigne... Non, c'est bon. Encore tout droit. Ouais, bon, bah on va retenter la chance au club Ascalon, mais... Clarence... C'est en face de la féministe. La féministe, elle est là.
Lord Redgrave will have to spare me a drop.
Sir, you are not welcome.
C'est bien ce que je pensais. Bon. C'est qui elle? Ah, c'est Louise. Ok, elle est là. Bon, bah va falloir rentrer de manière non légale. Ah bah, j'ai de la chance. La porte, le grillage de derrière est ouvert. Bon, alors ça. Ainsi que la porte. Oh bah. J'ai le cul bordé de nouilles. Comme de par hasard. Mais ça m'arrange, comme ça j'ai pas à chercher. Alors, le club Ascalon.
I'm still persona non grata in the Ascalon Club. If I want to speak with Lord Redgrave, I'll have to improvise.
Oh putain, il m'a fait peur. Faut pas crier comme ça, monsieur. Tu te calmes. Aïe. Je vais pas remarquer ma vie. Aïe. Mais... Ah, je l'ai keblo dans un mur là. Ah non, c'est bon. Il s'est débloqué. Oh, j'ai fait B. Putain, mais laisse, tu vas me laisser t'attaquer, oui? Oh, c'est pas le boss de fin, ça. Non, mais il est chiant parce que vu qu'il utilise son bouclier de sang, bah du coup, J'ai beau l'attaquer. Ah mais putain, je fais B. Alors ça m'énerve par contre. T'appuies sur B et ça fait rien. Bon, ça m'énerve. Bon, ça me fait chier, mais j'ai pas le choix. Putain. M'emmerde. Ah bah là, là l'équipe de nettoyage, si tu veux, elle va avoir un juteux contrat. Non, je crois que j'avais déjà tout pillé au club Ascalon. Redgrave, montre-toi. Philippe. Il est où? Ah bah il est là.
Good evening, Lord Redgrave.
What are you doing here, traitor? I shall smite you for this audacity.
I'm not here to bicker, Lord Redgrave. I can put an end to this epidemic, but I need your assistance to do so.
Good. We've held out thus far, but the time has come to put an end to this crisis. Tell me, what do you need?
The blood of William Marshall.
The blood of William Marshall? Of my maker? Are you mad? This blood is the purest of all. My maker proffered it to me on the battlefield. I cannot hand it to you.
Alors, choisissons le dialogue le plus approprié. On a le choix entre ne faites pas obstacle à ma mission. Ça fait un peu provocateur. Je ne pense pas que ça marchera. C'est le dernier espoir de cette ville. Cessez cette mascarade. J'ai peur que cesser cette mascarade, ça le brusque un peu trop. Après, c'est le dernier espoir de cette ville. Est-ce qu'il en a réellement quelque chose à foutre de cette ville? Bon, on va la jouer. Allez, compassion.
This
Allez.
is more important than the club, you or me. This is London's last hope.
I see. Well, in that case, given the gravity of the situation, I suppose I can spare you a drop.
Thank you, my lord.
If you manage to save this city,
Yes.
you'll prove yourself a veritable servant of the crown. So Godspeed, Dr. Reed. Our fate lies wholly in your hands.
Eh ben, ça s'est bien passé. Trouver un refuge, il y en a un pas loin. Je suis même surpris. J'ai cru que j'allais devoir me battre contre lui et tout, et non. Du coup, je vais aller me reposer. Enfin, je vais aller créer le refuge chez la famille. Jure maman. Tu me déranges pas, hein, je suis dans ma chambre. Je peux pas créer d'autres... Oh non, j'ai assez de...
The blend seems stable. Time to go and find Harriet in the sewers.
Ouais, c'est serious business, les enfants. Ok. La musique s'intensifie. Oula. Monsieur, je vous laisse tranquille. Par où je pourrais passer par là. Alors je sais pas si je pourrais... Ouais, ça m'étonnerait que je puisse directement couper de là. Je vais aller voir par là-bas. Non, par là. Ok, donc là je suis bien sur les docks nord. Merde. Ah bah forcément. Ah mais il est que niveau 24. Oh t'es de la merde. Yo Sean.
Yes, doctor?
Non, mais il a rien à dire. Alors, aller au repère. Par contre, je ne sais plus comment faire. Est-ce qu'il y avait un accès par ici? Non.
I cannot enter.
Ah oui, voilà, c'est par là. J'avais lu quelques critiques sur le niveau des aides circulation dans la ville, ça va, je trouve. Bah, disons que circulation dans la ville, c'est les ennemis et les PNJ qui te donnent les quêtes secondaires. Après, t'as pas de passant ni rien, mais l'excuse c'est que, bah non, tu joues la nuit et t'es en quarantaine. Donc ouais, ça passe.
This place has been ransacked.
Oula.
They've all been slaughtered. Pre-one. No, not their style. Where has Harriet gone? She must have left a trail I could follow.
Le Game of Thrones. Alors. Suivons le sang. Alors, est-ce que Mémé va faire un bon boss de fin?
Where is old Bridget? Damn. If I'd come earlier, they would still be alive.
Ah, j'ai fait vite encore. Les mondes plus ouverts sont bien plus vides et les devs n'ont pas fait autant d'efforts. Ah ouais, non, non, ils en sont... Franchement, pour moi, pour le moment, c'est un bon jeu. Hein. Et encore, j'ai pas tout fait, mais oula.
Take not a step further, child, for you are unprepared.
You, at last. I wondered when you would show your face again. Step away. We have nothing to discuss.
Desist, child. You cannot confront the monstrosity unleashed upon this land without due preparation. I shall not allow it.
All right. But no more riddles. Enough of the obscure songs and prophecies. I ask questions, and you answer them.
My words have been as clear as crystal lakes, my child. You seem unwilling to drink, to listen, to learn.
Donc lui, apparemment, c'est mon créateur.
What is your true appearance?
I do not understand. This is who I am.
Blood? You are made of blood. Surely you are joking.
Why would I? And no, I'm not made of blood. I am blood. Blood is what I am since my birth and for eternity.
But who are you really? Tell me your name.
I am your maker. I am the servant of the Red Goddess and protector of this land. I have many names.
Just give me one, then.
There are those who call me Merdin Wild, the Wild Horned Man. But I never was a man. I was born out of blood.
Why did you choose me?
Only you could provide a modern, scientific answer to this ancient, mystical threat.
What kind of modern answer?
Disease, contagion, and contamination. How they course through veins is your dominion, my child. Your choices have made you. Only you can save this land.
Speak to me of this ancient threat.
The blood of hate. Vessel of the wrath of the goddess. When she awakens, a disaster will be born into this world, for she is hunger and anger.
I'm here to stop Harriet Jones. She is the original carrier. The well from which this corruption flows.
I have heard you, but be wary. Harriet Jones's mind is no more. She has metamorphosed into an apocalypse. Born from, drenched in, and driven by the blood of hate.
Tell me about this disaster, creature. I know London fell victim to such a thing in 1666.
A disaster is pure anger born through blood. Its name means bad star. for they reappear when our queen unleashes her unquenchable wrath upon the world.
And who is this queen?
She is the Red Goddess, the Queen of Blood. In my youth, 100 lifetimes ago, she was worshipped as the Morrigan. She is my mother. She is yours, too.
The Morrigan? The Celtic goddess of war? Is this a ruse of some kind?
She has been worshipped in many forms throughout the ages. The true nature of the Red Queen is beyond your comprehension, eluding even
Ça dépasse l'entendement.
But know this. She is a vengeful mother.
So the disaster is some sort of accident. A disease vampires carry dormant in their blood, waiting to emerge.
That's your modern answer. But a disaster is at the same time both less and more.
Tell me what it is then, in your own words.
A disaster is the pure will of our queen. Whenever she dreams of walking this earth, she awakes in this putrid vessel.
What is the blood of hate?
It is the curse of the goddess. It is the hunger in you, the need for blood, the will to strike and to punish, to spit in the eye of God.
I only wish to know how to put an end to this epidemic.
To perform an act so noble, you must protect yourself from its poisonous kiss, my child.
I know. McCullum used such a serum when trying to kill me. However, I have produced a more efficacious version of the antidote.
Your final task awaits you at the end of these tunnels. I've known for ages you were worthy of this challenge, my champion, Bittersweet.
You tricked me.
Non, merde, ah!
My sister died for your schemes.
Merde, je voulais...
I have brought suffering and
Bon, tant
tragedy
pis.
into this world. I am not, nor will I ever be your champion.
Very soon you'll come to know that sacrifice is sometimes necessary. I understand the grudge a child bears towards his father and mother. Be brave, my child.
Bon, tant pis, je voulais les deux autres dialogues. Par là.
These poor skulls didn't stand a chance.
Non, je me casse. Ah, on peut se casser. Ah ouais, non, mais je suis tout à fait d'accord. Hein. Pour moi, il y a une bonne ambiance et tout, et ça aurait été illogique d'avoir plein de monde et tout qui traîne. Puis je préfère avoir peu de monde mais une bonne ambiance plutôt que plein de monde et des PNJ qui fassent n'importe quoi à la cyberpunk.
Oh, I'm sick. So sick. Doctor, help me, please. I'm in such pain.
I'll be glad to be of assistance.
Ah, like your help, Doris. Liars, all of you. My poor baby. I've been such
Ah
a
bah oui, mais vous avez un bout de bois dans le bras, madame, c'est normal.
Queen herself forgave me. Gave me another chance.
Harriet, you must stop all of this. I can't let you infect anyone else.
How dare you interfere with the Red Queen's plans, Doctor? How can you stop the course of nature?
Hey, brigand bitch. Aïe. Aïe. Oh putain. Ah putain, son poison de merde, ok. Voilà, c'est de ma faute. Je me suis jeté sur elle, j'aurais pas dû. Bon, pour le moment, elle est pas très difficile. Ah, c'est ma faute. Ah, puis j'ai utilisé mon sérum comme un con. Quand tu veux. Là aussi, j'ai été très très con. Je me suis carrément jeté dans le gaz, mais en même temps, cette vieille conne. J'aurais dû lancer l'ulti avant. Ou en dehors du gaz. C'est pas grave, on y retourne. Allez, viens par là. Parfait. Ah, j'ai un truc pour les vieilles dames. Cette portée qui veut rien dire. Après, elle a l'air pas très difficile. Enfin, je redoute la seconde phase, mais aïe, putain. Ça l'a pas touché. Ah putain, mais je suis con, j'ai oublié qu'il y avait 3 secondes. Allez, tiens, ouf. Non mais fous-moi le camp, la vieille. Putain, mais la portée de cette attaque, ça veut rien dire. Ah. Erreur. Allez, viens par là la vieille. Ah, ça m'a l'air pas mal. Je vais me prendre un max de santé, comme ça. What? C'est quoi ça? Ok.
Eat, for this is my body.
Aïe.
Such innocence, such guilt. Blood, feed me, give me their lives.
C'est comme ça qu'on lance une attaque, ma grande. Ouh là là. Ah, d'accord. Ah, j'avoue, elle a un petit côté swag avec ça.
Give me their lives. Feed your mother, child. Such innocence. Such guilt.
Shit! First try, bitch!
No one could ever defeat you, mother of us all, for you are our every root and leaf.
You've always been my most amusing son.
Then go back to sleep, my queen, and smile at us from your dreams.
Did they feel my wrath? Have they suffered enough?
Merci,
More
mon
than
chef.
ever, mother of us all.
Until the next time.
Until the next time.
So it's over then, young Ekon. You have put an end to this terrible menace.
Old Bridget? What are you doing here?
This is my realm, Ekon. This is Suascal territory.
But they were all massacred by the monstrosity that Harriet became.
Others will come, engendered by deceitful vampires. I don't mean you, of course.
I thought you'd been slaughtered. with all the other sewer scars?
I was up above, in search of help when Harriet suddenly turned into that thing. I have no idea what it was.
It's over now. London is no longer shrouded in the disaster's shadow. We're all safe.
Yes, you prevailed in the end. I hope you'll forgive me for the way I treated you when first you presented yourself at our gate.
No need to apologize, really.
Perhaps there will be no stories told or songs sung of what happened here today. But I'll know the truth. Jonathan Reed, newborn vampire, stepped forward and saved us all.
I'm honored to be part of this city's legend. Thank you, old Bridget. May I ask you just one question?
How could I refuse you anything now? I'll answer just as I answered Lady Ashbury when we met a few nights ago.
Who are you? Really?
I was born with the name Bridget Eleanor Wellington. In 1738, my beloved and immortal husband decided to preserve my beauty and youth forever by making me drink his blood.
You were Lord Redgrave's wife. Then the pompous fool rejected you, did he not?
It was about 200 years ago. Peace found me in time. And I sincerely hope it will find you too, now that all is over.
No, it's not over. I may have ended the vampire epidemic, but I still need answers from the woman I love.
I feared you would say that. Go then, young Ekon, and face your fate. Just remember that I'll always be here for you.
London has been cleansed.
Bon, c'était facile comme boss. Enfin, surtout la deuxième partie, franchement. Alors, les deux premières morts étaient complètement connes et de ma faute. Mais j'ai eu des boss où j'en ai plus lutté. Hein.
My craving for blood remains. Red like hate, red like hunger, red as life and death, passing from one immortal to another, from predator to victim, patiently biding its time to rise again. London has been cleansed for now, but there's a simmering hatred, fear, and old grudges. When will we succumb, mortals and immortals alike? The next disaster is only a matter of time. My only hope now is to catch the woman I love, to understand why she fled, and unmask the secret that has been lurking in her blood for so long.
On dirait Kermoren.
Well, this is it. Lady Ashbury's domain. Why am I not surprised it's not on any maps? I'd better hurry.
Alors, 2 secondes. Faut que je regarde un truc. Tac, 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 tac. Alors apparemment il me reste vraiment pas grand chose. Allez, on finit le jeu ce soir. Let's go. Parce que sinon je vais pas demain faire juste 30 minutes pour le dernier chapitre.
Beautiful morn, my child. It looks like dawn is here at long last.
Can't you just leave me alone? Your precious queen has been sent back to the bottomless pit from whence she came. The nightmare is almost over.
I am here to say goodbye. The sun's warm.
Ah, je fais des heures sup ce soir.
Soon I will rejoin my queen in her endless sleep. It is over. You did well.
So our beloved mother will just go back to sleep, now that enough people have suffered. Is that it?
No, Jonathan. The Morrigan has been appeased because you dared confront her. You have prevailed, my bittersweet champion.
Encore il leur restait 1 heure et demie, là j'aurais dit bon bah je finis demain, mais là apparemment il reste allez, genre 40 minutes.
Her opponent in some timeless game.
She is my mother, my dreadful and sour-tempered mother. She is yours too, in a way, but you are not born from her terrible womb like me. You are but a distant child.
Merci.
What does she seek? Revenge? Retribution?
She seeks nothing, since she only dreams of it. In the ancient tongue, when I was young, her name meant ghostly queen. Pray she never fully awakens, for her wrath knows no bounds.
Why did Harriet Jones become a disaster?
You are the doctor. You hold the knowledge needed to answer such a question. Have you the answer?
I noticed that all the Icors were female, as if a male couldn't endure the metamorphosis. Harriet was also a bitter and resentful woman, as was her daughter.
If the Morrigan prefers despoiled women to become the vessels of her wrath, we should be thankful that but one disaster hath been cast upon this wobbling world.
Icors seem to carry various diseases. They did not merely turn people into skulls. Their presence alone spreads death.
Who knows whether the Red Queen awakens when cursed?
Ah merde, désolé. Hop.
Mortals endure such epidemics, or if the contagions emerge like a curse as she awakes.
This is not over. I am here to find the true origin of the blood of hate.
'Tis unwise to interfere with a tale rooted so deeply in the suffering of others.
What will become of the Brotherhood?
The Brotherhood is as wise as it is ancient. You have nothing to fear from it.
I am not afraid.
Do you truly think they are merely scholars poring over dusty books? The stole of St. Paul wielded faith sufficient to cast a dragon into the abyss.
Ah ouais, quand même.
That is just a legend.
Am I not a legend? Are you not about to become one yourself?
What will become of the vampire hunters?
They will never stop searching for William Marshall, for he escaped their two great hunts. Remember that you too are now on their dark list.
What will happen to Ascalon? Will you let them run the country from the shadows?
I don't interfere with petty political intrigues. Ascalon was built upon the lie of a lineage. Such a deceit cannot last forever.
Ouais, je m'en doutais bien que l'autre c'était un gros mytho.
Marshall's blood. Untainted blood from the greatest vampire knight.
Really? I wonder how he managed to acquire it. Perhaps I should retrieve this artifact before going back to sleep.
No. I must know why Elizabeth fled here when I discovered she was the original healthy carrier.
No, she is not what you say she is. That is a secret you will discover soon enough.
And you? Why are you here? Which new thread of which old twisted plan are you seeking to pull now? Tell me the truth.
I am just here to salute my sons and to bid them fare thee well.
Your sons? Plural? My God, will you ever stop speaking in riddles?
Perhaps I am too old for your spoken language. Perhaps you now have so many subtle words you no longer hear the simplest ones.
Oh là là. Ah donc si Elisabeth c'est ta fille. Bon bah... Consanguinité, ouais.
Who are your sons? Why do you bid them farewell now?
You are my son, as is William Marshall.
Ah non, il parlait de William. Ah ok.
This is madness. How many have you created? Who else? Shakespeare? Isaac Newton? Alfred the Great? Francis Drake? Thomas More? Guy Fawkes?
My progeny is scarce, for I rarely feel the urge to protect this land anymore. But yes, one of those you named is your immortal brother. Maybe you shall meet one night.
Eh ben, bonne transition, parce qu'en parlant de Francis Drake, peut-être que le prochain jeu sera Uncharted 4, si j'arrive à corriger ce bug de son que j'ai avec la capture PS4. Donc merci Jonathan pour cette transition.
So that is all we are to you. Puppets you create to defeat some threat born from a dreaming devil.
No. You are my sons. I am proud of you. I mourn when you fail.
When he fought me, Geoffrey McCullum used a serum made of King Arthur's blood. Since then, I have discovered that it was vampire blood. Whose blood was it?
You just said it. It was the blood of a king. The blood of the champion I chose to save this land in its time of greatest peril.
King Arthur was also your progeny. Why am I not surprised?
Yes, he was. But he failed in the end. And for centuries the land suffered his defeat.
Quel sens de la transition. Oh là 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 là. Je savais que c'était une mauvaise idée de faire des titres avec des jeux de mots ensemble. Quoique, je suis sûr que même si j'aurais pas fait ça, tu l'aurais quand même sorti.
Is he here? Is William Marshall here? Is that why you're here now too?
Have I not already answered that question?
His blood was not tainted. The blood Lord Redgrave possessed. That which I used in the serum. But what if it had been?
Then you would have failed, I suppose. For the blood of hate would have corrupted you too.
Bon, c'est sympa de te parler, mais moi je veux ma rouquine.
Speak clearly then. And answer my last question.
What is it?
Did I defeat the epidemic?
Now you've found the castle, Jonathan Reed. Only you can answer that. Farewell, my child. I shall dream about you soon.
Et à plus.
It's locked.
Merde.
The castle walls look decrepit. Maybe I can find a way to sneak in.
Vu la thématique, il y a des chances, ouais. Bah, je peux sûrement monter là. Non, sérieux? Mary Englewood. Robin Englewood. Ouais, c'est vraiment sympa. Ça me fait vraiment penser à Carmoraine par contre. Mais c'est vraiment joli.
I cannot enter. The lady of the manor isn't expecting visitors. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I think I smell Elizabeth's perfume. She must be here somewhere.
Chère Lady Ashbury, je vous remercie pour votre récente lettre et pour toutes les bonnes nouvelles qu'elle contenait. Il me pressent enfin vous rencontrer en personne lorsque vous arriverez à Londres. Le jardin est magnifique sous le ciel d'été, bien que j'ai pris note de votre désir d'éviter la chaleur et la lumière du jour, compte tenu de votre santé fragile. Vous êtes la bienvenue à tout moment. Nous discuterons de votre merveilleuse idée concernant la fondation d'un orphelinat pour jeunes filles inspiré par la maison royale de Saint-Louis en France, qui a malheureusement fermé ses portes lorsque le peuple français a décidé, mon Dieu, j'ai même du mal à écrire ces quelques mots, de couper la tête de son roi. Un tel endroit destiné à dispenser une bonne éducation aux orphelines, faisant preuve de talent mais sans le sou, enthousiasmera sans doute mes amis de la ville. Vous pouvez compter sur moi et sur mon influence pour faire de votre projet un succès. Comtesse Alexandra Somerset. Ah, est-ce que je peux jouer du piano? Ah, je peux pas jouer du piano debout. Bah, il y a une inspiration. Ouais, et puis bah, c'est surtout qu'en ce temps-là, les châteaux de ce genre se ressemblent un peu tous. Hein. Oula. Il fait un peu flipper le visage. Hein. Ah, celui-là, c'est joli par contre. 1666. Oh la vieille. Cher Monsieur McAllister, en tant que nouvel propriétaire du domaine d'Ashbury, j'envisage d'entreprendre un travail qui n'a que trop tardé, les réparations et l'entretien des murs et de la crypte du château. Parmi les quelques architectes ayant répondu à mon appel d'offres, j'ai été des plus impressionnés par votre approche révérencieuse de la rénovation des bâtiments historiques et de leur préservation. Je serai ravi de vous rencontrer le jour qui vous conviendra. Ma seule demande sera de m'entretenir directement avec vous et non de vos assistants. Je suis disposé à vous rencontrer n'importe quel soir du mois prochain. Vous pouvez venir au château, nous pouvons nous donner rendez-vous à votre bureau. Comme vous le désirez, si vous acceptez de venir au château, je pourrai vous montrer le genre de réparation et de modification que j'ai à l'esprit en ce qui concerne la crypte, qui demandera sans doute un travail et une reconstitution considérable.
Like most castles, this one has a crypt, and it holds something special inside.
Oh, c'est mon portrait. Oh, il est joli.
Elizabeth, my love, you allow my portrait to watch over you while you sleep. I'm flattered. That sweet fragrance, Elizabeth's perfume. She was here, and recently. What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work.
Elisabeth Jacob le... Putain, le mec, on dirait un zombie. Blablabla, blablabla. Administrateur. Ah, d'accord, elle a trouvé quelqu'un d'autre. Ah non, c'est la lettre à Edgar quand elle l'a mis pour le poste de directeur de l'hôpital. Portrait de... Oh, par Vincent Van Gogh. Eh bien.
This painting looks suspicious.
Quoi ça? Ah non, c'est là. Oh putain, j'avais pas vu. Ah, c'est joli, hein. Moi j'aime bien. Ok, fait des devis, c'est très bien. Faudrait vous appliquer sur le ménage. Oh, on prendra des domestiques. Ça fait marcher l'économie. Bon, par contre, elle est bien gentille, mais... trouver le passage secret, ouais, je veux bien, mais...
Here's another switch. I should keep looking. What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work.
Alors, attends, il doit y avoir d'autres boutons. Merci pour ton aide. Hésite pas, surtout. Alors, ça se trouve, ils sont dans la même pièce. Ah, il y a encore une lettre. Tac, 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 ok. Ah, là.
Here's another switch. I should keep looking.
Là, j'en vois un.
What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work.
Parce qu'il y a quoi? Il y a la lune, le bouclier, l'épée. Ah, alors attends, il avait parlé de la peinture étrange. Alors, est-ce que c'est de gauche à droite? Donc, lune, épée, bouclier, et le dernier, je sais pas ce que c'est. Lune, épée, bouclier. Donc ça, c'est le bouclier. Là, on a l'épée. Et le troisième, il était où? Là. La fleur.
Here's another switch. I should keep looking. What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work. Here's another switch. I should keep looking. What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work. Voilà.
Ah bah voilà. Trop fort. Oh là là. Tome ancien. Oh là. Béni soit le Seigneur. Le diable est venu. Elisabeth est revenue vers moi. Confrérie de Saint-Paul. Nanana, 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 nanana. Voilà. Appréciez le lore avec Padabou. Ah non, c'est bon. Hein. Si vous voulez lire tous les bouquins, bah jouez au jeu vous-même. Par contre, ça c'est du sous-sol. Hein.
nothing to be afraid of.
Shall we abandon this then? Shall we lower our heads?
No. Never. You taught me that.
Blood is approaching. Old but young. How strange. Shall I drink it? Smite it?
No, Father. He is a friend. Please, rest. I'll take care of it.
Caution, Elizabeth. Deceit runs through these veins.
I know, Father. What took you so long, Jonathan?
C'est un peu compliqué ton énigme, ma
Is
puce.
this really him?
Yes. This is William Marshall, 1st Earl of Pembroke, servant of 5 mortal kings, former regent and savior of England. The greatest knight who ever lived, according to some.
And you called him father?
For he gave me eternal life, and much more.
I have so many questions, Elizabeth.
You always had questions, Dr. Reed.
Now that I stand before you both, in this vault, I know not where to begin.
We still have a few minutes left.
Why did you flee here?
When you told me I was the healthy carrier, I had nowhere else to go.
You mean you had to return to the real source of this scourge?
Yes, to end it, once and for all.
Will you go back to London?
No, Jonathan. I do not intend to.
And what of your daughter?
Charlotte is a strong, independent woman who's about to come into money. I took care of everything. Now it's time for her to shape her future.
Where are we? What is this place?
This is the Ashbury estate. I inherited the title when I purchased the castle.
Is this your retreat? Something of a secret place?
It's more of a sanctuary, really. This is where I take care of my father. Ever since he became unwell.
Are you not afraid someone might discover you here? It's not that hard to find.
Do not assume that I would hesitate to silence anyone who tried to reveal my secret. Fortunately, it has rarely come to that.
I have destroyed the disaster, this creature that Harriet Jones had become. The epidemic is no more, and London will recover. In time.
Yes. You did well, Jonathan. You truly saved the city.
Yes, we did. Despite all obstacles. I'm truly convinced we did it together, Elizabeth.
I cannot bear knowing I was the cause of all this. Through the use of my own blood.
No. This catastrophe was the result of unethical experimentation. And the will of a creature so inexplicably evil. She exceeds all the terrible wonders I have seen since my death.
But it was my blood all along. My corrupted blood of hate. The poisoned blood of my father. A healthy carrier. That's all I am.
We could cure him.
It's too late. The blood of hate has run for too long. The antidote would not work on him. I tried. Believe me, I tried.
Is he dangerous?
What do you think? He is a thirsty echo who has not fed in centuries. An elder vampire, driven by an urge to kill and spread the blood of hate.
No redemption, then.
And yet he thinks he has been offered immortality by the angels to protect the feeble and to smite the unholy.
Can he communicate?
Yes. Sometimes he even seems like the noble knight who saved and raised me. But you know, the malice never fully leaves his eyes.
Why are you hiding William Marshall here?
How could I not take care of him? He sacrificed himself by giving me the only dose of antidote he had.
He gave you the antidote?
Yes. And in doing so, he knew he'd have to be confined here. And yet he volunteered. That's how great a man William Marshall was. And still is.
What do you do for him?
I visit him as often as possible. I paint the landscapes he will never see again. I feed him with my blood.
You feed him? You barely sustain yourself on the weak blood of the dying, yet you give him your blood?
After he saved me from the blood rage, I swore I would never kill to feed. He said the same.
William Marshall infected you. He is the true, original carrier.
Yes. But he saved me by sacrificing himself.
Saved you? How?
The tears of angels. The cleansing of impure blood by an older, more powerful blood. It worked on me, did it not?
Yes. Blood is the definitive key to our species. Scales, cleansing, lineage. Do you really think it worked?
It has, Jonathan. I was nothing but a beast who took pleasure in slaughter. I roamed across Europe, reaping my bloody crop. It was the blood of hate. But my father's antidote cured me.
What about us?
What do you mean?
You know my feelings towards you, Elizabeth. But you left without a word. So I'm worried about your feelings towards me.
I love you, Jonathan. I've loved you since the moment I saw you rescue poor Mr. Hampton in that filthy slaughterhouse. Forgetting the danger as you turned your back, like the newborn fool you were.
How did you meet William Marshall?
He was an Ekon for centuries when he found me. He saved me from certain death by making me his progeny.
Why did he choose you?
You should ask him that.
Did you ever blame him?
Not even when he was infected and bit me. He is my father. He raised me. He taught me how to behave.
Who are you, really?
How could I answer that? I went through many lives and identities to reach this day. To you, I am Elizabeth Ashbury, and that's all I wish to be.
I understand. And I respect your desire for privacy.
Thank you, Jonathan.
You should have told me.
No, Jonathan. The William Marshall myth lies at the heart of so many hostile plans. I could not risk jeopardizing his safety.
So why did you come here? You knew I would follow you. I can't let you go.
Because I know now the blood of hate is still in my veins. No one but I can put an end to this tragedy.
I can help you. You can trust me, Elizabeth.
I know, Jonathan. You have been the most loyal ally these last few weeks. But this is my duty.
Would your protege agree to speak with me? I have so many questions for him.
Go on, Jonathan. But be careful.
Salut beau papa.
Yes?
So William, my God, you really are William Marshall. You served Richard the Lionheart and his brother, King John. It is such a privilege to meet you.
I did in my day. Come closer if you want to speak. For my hearing isn't what it used to be.
I think your hearing is fine, sir.
What is it you want then?
I found and defeated the disaster that was threatening to smite London. You should know that the city is safe for now, Sir William.
Then may I call you brother? Did you resist its poison? Even a scratch from a beast so evil could endanger you and all those you care for.
You also defeated one in 1666. Who was it?
She was a malicious witch who spread plague throughout the city with her army of rats. She had been hiding in a bakery in Pudding Lane for months when I finally found her.
How did you defeat it?
We fought for hours. In the end, I had to lock her in St. Paul's Cathedral and burn the building down. I wanted to be sure she was destroyed.
I found your research on the antidote. The Tears of the Angels. What ingredients did you use?
Once I understood what the ingredients were, I used the tears of King Richard and the pure blood of the valiant Boadicea.
King Richard and Boadicea? How did you find such relics?
It took me many years to locate their hiding place. Then I had to learn the formula. If I recall, it belonged to an ancient brotherhood. The Order of St. Paul, I believe.
And did it work?
Yes. The tears cleansed my poor Elizabeth's blackened heart. It was such a blessing to see her smile again.
The blood of hate. How does it affect you? Do you feel it now?
The blood of hate? Yes. Nothing more than a sneeze, really. A sneeze held for so long, you could blow a fortress down if you released it.
Can we speak about the Morrigan?
The Red Queen? What of her?
You met her, did you not?
Just once. But she never ceased to sing to me. I love her song. It is a song of blood and war. I only wish she would sometimes let me rest.
Do you know who she is?
I don't want to discuss this in front of my sweet Elizabeth.
Why?
For a time, she too could hear the Red Song. The steps she danced to its melody brought pain upon the world.
I would like to ask you about vampires.
Vampires? What about them?
Considering your experience, please tell me what you know.
They are terrible creatures. I have seen and fought many in my time. Foul temptresses with sharp claws and shrieking beaks.
I have never seen such a creature. What are you talking about?
Of course you've never seen a creature like them. Vampires are deadly, swift and implacable.
Where did you encounter such creatures?
The last time I saw one was in a Celtic temple near Salisbury. A terrible and god-forsaken place full of ghosts and pestilence.
Do you remember Myrddin, your maker?
Only God is my maker, for he created everything on this earth. He blessed me with eternal life through his archangel, Michael.
But Myrddin, Michael, is a vampire. He made you a blood-sucking creature of the night.
Blood, yes. I used to drink it from the throats of the unworthy. Then I was punished for my deceit. During my penance, I rely entirely upon my sweet Elizabeth.
Did you really sacrifice yourself to save her?
That was the only righteous path. The blood of hate made me betray her. I am at peace here. I can think about what I've done and how I failed.
Do you not want to be cured?
No. This hunger is mine. I would feel empty without it. It has been part of me for so long. All I want is quiet. Silence.
You agreed to be confined here, then?
Yes. Once I was sure she was cured, I asked to be locked down here. I deserve it. The world needs it.
How did you meet Elizabeth?
Times were tough. I had awakened to protect the land from a new plague. I heard her sing for her dead family. Singing for her death to come. I chose to save her.
When was that?
It was so long ago. A few years after Elizabeth of England and Catherine of France established their alliance against Spain.
What did you do?
I raised her as my progeny. After she left to see the world, I rebuilt her deceased parents' inn. Owned it as William Thorne for a time. Those were good years.
Tell me about Elizabeth. How was she infected?
I do not wish to discuss it.
Please, Sir William. I need to know what the blood of hate is. How is it transmitted?
After defeating the disaster in St. Paul's Cathedral, I returned to my retreat, infected. This is where my sweet Elizabeth found me, for she heard my pain from across the sea.
Where is this retreat you mentioned?
In London, under Temple Church, beneath my empty tomb. I always loved to sleep there while listening to the bell above.
What happened then?
The blood of hate had twisted me into a rage-filled man. I attacked my progeny and infected her too. Forgive me, Elizabeth. I failed you.
You bit her again? Is that how she was infected with the disaster's blood? I think I understand now.
Elizabeth fled, and I fell to my knees, begging for forgiveness. I swore I would find a way to make things right.
We could set you free. Let you out. Isn't that what you want?
I pray for the day I'll see the sky again. I have all but forgotten its colors. I could walk and do so many things beneath the stars. But I doubt it will be wise to release me.
Then will you stay here and repent?
Elizabeth told me it will not be long now. I cannot wait to feel the sweet caress of her hand on my cheek after so long, as she releases me. Has the time come?
Yes, Father.
Why not unleash me then? To see the sky a final time?
You already are the sky, and all its stars.
I'm not defeated, for I welcome the sword you bear, for it is mine.
You were never defeated, my lord. Farewell, Father.
Ah oui, carrément la décapitation. Là au moins on est sûr.
What do you mean?
I can't stand what I've become. This healthy carrier, as you put it. The flames will purify the poison that runs in my veins.
No! I won't allow this to happen.
I am death, Jonathan. Wherever I go, I can't stand it.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, champion of Murden, chosen to save England from the vampire epidemic. I could cure you.
What do you mean?
We are creatures of blood, Elizabeth. Everything about us is in our blood. With time, I could perfect the antidote William Marshall gave you. Trust me, for time is on our side.
Ah, ils se sont embrassés.
That is a risk I cannot take, Jonathan. I won't bring another such disaster into this world.
Elizabeth, no. Trust me. I can save you.
How could I trust you, Jonathan? How could I take such a chance?
I'll stay here with you then, as long as we must until I find a cure.
You have no idea what you're talking about, Jonathan. Despite his madness, William was strong enough to starve for centuries. I doubt we can do the same.
We will lock ourselves down then. I'll get all the material I need and I'll perform my research here with you until you're cured.
Are you mad? Who would take care of us? Who would free us if it takes decades or even more?
Old Bridget will take care of us.
You are serious, aren't you? You really are ready to do this?
I love you, Elizabeth. I can do this. Please, stay with me.
I believe you. This is crazy, but I believe you, Jonathan.
One prayer for the summoned, called by this song. Child born from darkness, whose path ye must find. Now the song is sung, and your path chosen. England is safe, for you have prevailed. I bid you farewell, my champion bittersweet. You found yourself a newer quest, and so I leave you to it. My queen sleeps once again, and I'll soon join her slumber, until alas she rises, woken by the hunger never fed.
Et ben voilà, c'était Vampyr. Bon, je suis content, on a eu une bonne fin. Alors après, je sais pas s'il y a plusieurs fins disponibles, mais celle que j'ai eue me convient parfaitement. On est avec Elisabeth, tout va bien. Il y a une tête tranchée, tout va bien. Bah du coup, c'est un jeu vraiment cool. Alors c'est peut-être pas le jeu de l'année, ouf gueudin et tout, mais j'avais quand je l'avais pris sur Steam, je voyais la moyenne des évaluations, c'était genre plutôt positive et tout. Enfin, il n'y avait pas apparemment une grosse excitation à propos du jeu, mais en fait non, ça tient vachement la route, c'est joli, il y a un gros lore quand même. Et encore, j'ai pas tout fait, mais il y a de quoi s'occuper. Alors, peut-être le défaut du jeu, c'est en termes de combat. C'est vrai que c'est très répétitif, parce que on te donne tout d'un coup, en fait. Il n'y a pas une grosse progression dans les combats. T'as juste après à améliorer, à level up, mais t'apprends pas des choses au fur et à mesure, en fait. On te donne tout d'un coup, et puis je crois que genre l'ulti, tu la prends dès le niveau 5. Et après, à partir de là, c'est bon, bah maintenant, il faudra juste level up les caractéristiques. Donc, peut-être après le combat, c'est un peu toujours la même chose. Mais à part ça, non, franchement, c'est très très bon jeu. Hein. Moi, j'ai bien kiffé l'ambiance. Voilà. Après, ça révolutionne rien, c'est pas exceptionnel, mais ça fait le café, ça fait le taf, donc je suis un homme comblé. Voilà. Bon, on va sauter. Ah bah bon, il n'y a pas de scène post-crédit. Avec le thème vampire, maintes fois utilisé, ils ont réussi à apporter un truc frais. Ouais, non, c'est clair, franchement. Et j'ai beaucoup aimé surtout là sur la dernière séquence les plans de caméra qui changeaient à chaque fois que tu changeais de conversation, c'était stylé. Et le fait aussi que tu pouvais un peu changer la caméra pendant les dialogues, c'était sympa. Et la musique aussi, elle est très très bien. Il y a une bonne ambiance, donc ouais, non, franchement, c'est un jeu que je conseillerais, franchement. Et puis ça prouve que Dontnod, peut faire autre chose que des Life is Strange like. Alors après, il y a énormément de dialogue et tout, mais il y a quand même du combat et tout. Enfin, ils se sont bien démerdés quand même. « 19h26, ok. Bon, voilà, c'était Vampyr. Comme ça, il est fini. Ça m'aurait fait chier de faire une VOD demain de une demi-heure, 3/4 d'heure juste pour le dernier chapitre. Donc là, au moins, c'est fait. Donc demain, si j'arrive à régler le problème, ce sera Uncharted 4 avec le problème que j'ai avec la capture. Petit problème de son. Et si j'y arrive pas, de toute façon j'ai encore plein d'autres jeux à faire, faut pas s'inquiéter. Donc voilà. Je crois peut-être du Sayonara. Hein. On verra bien. Vampyr, c'est plus successeur spirituel. Oui, voilà, oui. Ça c'est plus dans la veine de Remember Me. Qui était un jeu sympa aussi. Voilà, bon, il est presque 8h, j'ai la dalle. Donc je vais aller boire du sang. Et puis je vous dis à demain pour un nouveau jeu, lequel on verra bien. C'est ça le surprise. Et voilà, je vous fais des bisous. Santé, voilà, tout à fait, santé. C'est un jour il va faire un Remember Me. Ça m'étonnerait beaucoup qu'il fasse un Remember Me 2. Ça m'étonnerait. Faut jamais dire jamais, mais c'est... Je dirais que les chances sont très très improbables. Enfin bref, voilà. Moi j'ai vraiment faim. Donc du coup, je vous abandonne là. Allez, des bisous. Et à la prochaine.